Good afternoon, and welcome to the Transportation Committee. We've been waiting for the authors who are still in session over in the Senate, but we do have one bill we can start with that is an Oropesa bill whose staff is going to present in her absence, and we will start as a subcommittee. Senator Oropesa's Ledge Director, Sean Henschel. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Madam Chair, committee members, thank you. As you said, I'm Sean Henschel, Legislative Director to Senator Oropesa. Thank you for allowing me to present on her behalf this afternoon. Before you today is SB 949, which is intended to clarify in certain provisions of the state's vehicle code so that enforcement remains consistent throughout California. Several local governments in the state have elected to make it their official policy to ignore defined violations and penalties in the state's vehicle code for moving violations and punishing these offenses under their own local ordinances. Such inconsistency in the enforcement in the state's vehicle code fosters confusion and distrust among drivers, inhibits accurate collection of statewide data on moving violations that is used to track unsafe drivers and calculate insurance rates. It also puts the state in potential danger of losing millions in federal transportation funds. According to a formal opinion that we requested from Legislative Council in April of this year, such practices are not allowable under the vehicle code. SB 949 would remove any opportunities for misunderstanding. In reviewing the committee analysis, the author would like to accept both comments 1 and 2. While we have not seen the actual language, which I'm told is available tomorrow, the author agrees with the clarifying intent of the comments and has every confidence the language will come back meeting that goal. Thank you once again for allowing me to present, and I very respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Do you have witnesses in support?
I do.
Madam Chair, members, Mike Knutson here on behalf of the Automobile Club of Southern California. We're in strong support of the bill. We think that this bill amplifies what is very clearly current law. Vehicle Code Section 21 is very clear. You read it, it's difficult to see how someone could conclude anything other than this is the law. And we think that traffic safety is such an important matter that there shouldn't be a balkanized, fractured approach to it. We've had the vehicle code in place for well over 50 years. It works. We think it's the appropriate approach. And to have a one-off system where various localities can opt in or opt out depending on their perception of their needs, we think is not an appropriate way to do it. And in fact, if in fact more cities start to avail themselves and help themselves to this money, the places where this money goes will need to be backfilled by the general fund, and that's something that should concern folks as well. We think the analysis did a very good job of kind of setting forth the issues and the resolution of those issues. We're not aware of any disinterested legal opinion that has opined that this is okay, and consequently, we're in strong support of the bill.
Thank you. Are there other witnesses in support?
Tim Yarian, representing the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority and the California Public Parking Authority. With the acceptance of the committee suggestions as amendments, we remove our opposition to the bill.
Thank you. We have a quorum here, and I'd like to stop and have the Secretary call the roll, please.
Lowenthal?
Here.
Jeffries?
Here.
Bill Berryhill?
Here.
Blumenfield? Buchanan?
Here.
Ng?
Here.
Furtani? Galgiani? Hayashi? Miller? Nilo? Norby?
Here.
Portantino? Solorio?
A quorum is present. Sorry to interrupt you. Were there any other witnesses? Were there any other witnesses in support?
Here for background is Avery Brown from CHP, should you need to call him up. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, could you have him come now? Oh. Mr. Brown, could you wait and stay there and wait until I hear the opposition. And then I'll ask you to say a few words, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, ma'am. Captain Brown of the California Highway Patrol, and we do have an approved neutral position on this bill.
Approved neutral. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Our members, Paula Labrie with AAA of Northern California. We're in support.
Thank you. Others in support? Opposition?
Madam Chair and members, I'm Jim Votes on behalf of the LA County Professional Peace Officers Association, the Long Beach Police Officers Association, and the California Fraternal Order of Police. We are in opposition to SB 949. The discretion afforded through the municipal codes to local jurisdictions, the law enforcement officers serving those jurisdictions, and the courts reviewing the citations ensures an appropriate response to local needs. SB 949 unfortunately undermines that flexibility for a one-size-fits-all approach. It eliminates discretion of the cities and the officers in many instances. There are municipal codes, for example, in Long Beach. There's a municipal code that says that the chief of police or the head of the Department of Engineers can change traffic regulations for specific circumstances. Sometimes those changes result in things that are opposition to what's in the vehicle code, such as the Long Beach Grand Prix. They do it all the time, and it would eliminate that opportunity. And I'm also concerned beyond the fact that it does create that confusion and eliminate that flexibility. I'm concerned that the officers, if this bill were to become law, an officer could inadvertently write a municipal code violation, and by doing so would be in violation of the law himself by trying to enforce the law. There's no protection in here for the officers. Consequently, they could be disciplined, and it's just not right. It does create that confusion. Thank you.
Other witnesses in opposition?
Yes, Tim Yarian, representing the Association for Los Angeles Deputy Sheriffs, the Los Angeles Police Protective League, and the Riverside Sheriffs Association. We're in support for the reasons stated by Mr. Votes. Thank you.
Did you say support or opposition?
In opposition for the reasons stated by Mr. Votes.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, from the CHP perspective, could you let us know a little bit about what you think the challenges are of this bill?
Madam Chair and members, the Highway Patrol, first let me state, does not derive any revenue from the citations we issue. When we look at enforcement, we use what's commonly called the 3 E's: education, enforcement, and engineering. In order to have consistency in enforcing the law, the vehicle code must foster some form of uniformity throughout the state. What's happening in a number of jurisdictions is that the officer is placed in a position where they have to decide whether or not to issue the citation on a county, municipal, or city code that mimics in language or in fact what the vehicle code already has in place. And the only change by issuing that type of citation is how the penalty is adjudicated. So as an officer, if it's my friend, I would write the municipal code because it doesn't impact his driving record or his driver's license or his insurance fee. If it's someone that I'm unaware of, then I may elect to write the vehicle code. And then that could have a deleterious effect on your driving history and record. From an enforcement perspective, it makes it difficult for the officer to prosecute the habitual offender or the errant driver, because under the administrative code, you have no record on the driving record as to this person's practices and behavior. So if the person was to get into a collision for habitually running stop signs and they killed or hurt someone, we would not have that data or information readily available to us. In the court system, the judges are limited because they don't have a driving history. So the judge then could not properly apply second violation, third violation, or fourth violation penalties that are required by law. So it places the enforcement of the law in a very precarious situation for the officer on the beat to decide how to do it and provide it uniformly.
Thank you very much. Any comments from members? Questions? As I understand it, the author took amendments, is that correct?
Yes.
And those amendments would clarify, could you describe the amendments that you took regarding the local parking ordinances as well as the state parks?
Yes, I'll reference the bottom of page 4 of the analysis. Comment 1 is meant to clarify that no part of this bill shall impact parking regulations. That's already spelled out in the vehicle code. However, in the issue of being reassuring, it is not our goal to have anything to do with parking violations, then that's still retained on a local level. Secondly, in the comment number 2, it's meant to clarify that we are only looking at the vehicle code and speaking towards any other part of the law. We are really not looking to expand beyond that part. So it's our goal that the language coming back tomorrow will clarify and meet that goal.
Thank you. Well, I understand the desire of local governments to retain the flexibility to cite traffic violations under their own ordinances. The vehicle code is already clear on the point that this authority has been preempted by the state, as Mr. Brown said. Additionally, I think it's important to have one statewide body of law to which drivers will be subject. Finally, I'm persuaded by the argument that traffic violations need to be recorded at the state level for purposes of tracking driver behavior, again, as Mr. Brown discussed. I will therefore be voting for this bill, and I'm recommending an aye vote. If local agencies feel there are specific areas of traffic law that are best regulated at the local level, they should pursue legislation to grant them the direct authority to do so. Provisions such as this are expressly provided for in the vehicle code. Would you like to close, Mr. Henschel?
Simply to ask, thank you for your comments, and to, again, thank for being allowed to present. Respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? I need a motion. I need a motion, Mr. Nilo. Thank you. Yeah, don't feel any pressure. Could you please call the roll? Oh, yes. Yes, please, Mr. Jeffries.
I'd like to ask the opponents of the bill, if I may. We're being told and advised that Legislative Council, others have found that the vehicle code preempts the local authority, including some Legislative Council opinions on this. Do the opponents of this bill have any legal determination that supports your position that local governments have this right, other than a simple, not to belittle it as simple, but as other than just a local government opinion that they have the right?
Senator, quite honestly, I'm sorry, thank you. This is not really a municipal code versus a vehicle code situation. That's what we've all made it to be in our discussions. We have every respect and do respect the state vehicle code. That's a lot of what we do. Municipal codes, however, and I don't know any municipality that does not have municipal codes. There are some, for example, like Santa Ana, where the police aren't the ones that write the municipal code violations. Others do, other city employees, but not the police department. But every municipality has codes for one reason or another. And I was told just this morning, for example, in Long Beach's case, they do have a code that says the chief of police, and it's a municipal code, the chief of police or the city engineer can change traffic circumstances with barricades, etc., that otherwise would violate the vehicle code, but they need to do it for specific reasons. In other words, it's local jurisdiction knowing local needs. It really isn't anti-vehicle code. And with respect to what the CHP said about writing your friend on the municipal code instead of the vehicle code, then shame on them. But I don't think that should be an argument against allowing municipal codes to be exercised by municipal government. But we don't have any legal opinions saying that, that they're allowed.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. I mean, whether we want the vehicle code to whether you, for argument's sake, whether you want the vehicle code to intervene or not, the fact that it is being cited that the vehicle code expressly prohibits local government from dealing with moving violations in the manner which local government would like to. I mean, we then need, or you guys then need, to find a compelling argument that is based on a legal ruling that says, sorry, but your legal counsel opinions are incorrect. If you don't have those, by default, we have to go back to existing law. We can't say, just ignore it for fun. I mean, we don't have a choice here.
I understand that as currently authorized under Section 21-100 of the Vehicle Code, municipal codes are allowed. 21-100 of the Vehicle Code.
And I apologize, I don't have a vehicle code book in front of me. Does it allow for moving violations to be cited by local government, or is it just a general statement?
I don't want to go as far as to say it involves moving violations, because I really don't know that. It just allows, my understanding is it allows municipalities or local government to write municipal codes. And that's in the Vehicle Code. I'm sure the CHP might have a vehicle code here we could take a quick look at.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Buchanan.
But does it allow local governments to impose different fees than the state vehicle code? I think that's the question.
I have no idea about the fees. They're for a different reason. They're not supposed to be for the reason of fees or favors. They're supposed to be because of local needs, many of which are temporary, some others are more permanent. But it's not supposed to be in conflict with the vehicle code either.
Well, I think the amendments still respect the right of locals to have local regulations with respect to it. But I think the issue here is we have one state vehicle code that we all follow with a set of fees or penalties if you don't follow those correctly. And I think the intent here is that state code be applied uniformly throughout the state, and you don't get one ticket if you find one fee if you're driving in City A, a different fee if you're driving in City B, and even a different one if you're driving in City E. So my interest is that we take the state code and make sure that it applies uniformly to all drivers in the state of California.
Is there any chance we could ask for an amendment at least if the bill's going to pass, so that the officers that write the municipal codes are not held liable if, in fact, that code that they write turns out to be in conflict with something in the vehicle code?
I'm not going to get into a long argument, and I was not on a city council, I was on a school board, but certainly when we wrote policies that were consistent with state education code, because that was what governed. I think you people who are elected to serve on local municipal boards should be able to write a code that is consistent with state code.
Mr. Jeffries.
I guess that's a point. The officer is not personally liable because of this bill if they write a ticket. Are they under the municipal code?
But if this bill passes and the officer writes a municipal code, he could be violating the law by trying to enforce the law.
Madam Chair, if I may respond.
Please.
I know I'm close. Deferring to whether or not this bill goes into law, the intent of this bill is to take away any uncertainty. Now, there shouldn't be any need for an immunity issue because there wouldn't be any confusion as to whether or not there is a vehicle code violation or a local government ordinance issue. Secondarily, the reason that this bill came about in the first place, just to give you a specific example, rather than citing somebody for a speeding violation, somebody was cited for failure to adhere to a posted sign, which would technically be a local ordinance issue, but it certainly goes against the intent of what the vehicle code was being. Again, largely we are intending to clarify what it should be existing law, and therefore wouldn't be a need for an immunity on a local law enforcement issue.
Mr. Solorio.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I do plan on voting for this bill today, but I would ask the author staff to please take back to the senator that this issue was raised. I think it is very valid that we don't want to harm, officers in the line of duty just following orders that they would in one way or another be either reprimanded or liable or in any way being harmed by doing something that they felt the superiors asked, or that there was a conflicting city ordinance. Because the reality is, although over time this may fix it and create that unification, there's going to be a period of time where there are going to be potentially ordinances out of sync with this new state law. So if we could do something to kind of address that gray area, especially impacts on officers, I think the senator would welcome resolving that problem, because I don't think the intent here is to make the officers the bad guy.
Certainly not.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm happy to share that with her.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, the motion from Ms. Galgiani is to support with clarifying amendments. Could you call the roll, please?
Actions to pass as amended. Lowenthal.
Aye.
Lowenthal, aye. Jeffries.
Aye.
Jeffries, aye. Bill Berryhill. Berryhill, aye. Blumenfield. Buchanan. Buchanan, aye. Ing. Ing, aye. Furtani. Galgiani. Galgiani, aye. Hayashi. Miller. Nilo. Nilo, aye. Norby. Norby, aye. Portantino. Solorio. Solorio, aye.
Again, thank you.
The bill's out.
Vote is 9-0. Your bill is out. And the Senate just recessed, so they are coming in. While they're coming in, members, we have the consent calendar to pass, and I'll read the items. Item 15, ACR 175, Mr. Anderson. Item 16, ACR 176, Ms. Conway. Item 17, Senate Bill 165, Lowenthal. And consent with technical amendments are item 18, Senate Bill 1395, Senator Alquist. Item 19, Senate Bill 1455, Senator Kehoe. Could I have a motion on the consent calendar, please?
Consent. Second.
Motion from Mr. Berryhill. Please call the roll.
Lowenthal.
Aye.
Lowenthal, aye. Jeffries.
Aye.
Jeffries, aye. Bill Berryhill. Berryhill, aye. Blumenfield. Buchanan. Aye. Buchanan, aye. Ing. Furtani. Galgiani. Galgiani, aye. Hayashi. Miller. Nilo. Norby.
Not voting on ACR 175 and 176. Yes on.
Portantino. Solorio.
Aye.
The consent calendar's on call.
Consent calendar is on call. We'll move to Senator Ducheney. We don't give you time to breathe around here, right? Senate Bill 409.
Getting done sooner rather than later is good. I got 2 other assembly committees and a Senate committee to go to. So, all right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members. Let me begin by thanking the committee staff for working with us on this and their analysis. We're happy to accept the suggested authors' amendments on pages 5 and 6 of the analysis. And I know there should be some committee discussion on this governance question. I mean, our concept throughout this has been that given the new status of the High-Speed Rail Authority as something that is, in fact, moving a project, is going to need more professional staff, which they have now started to hire in the form of their new director and such. But starting 2 years ago, we have felt that, A, there needed to be better coordination between the rail agencies in this state as we try to move both high-speed rail forward and freight rail and intercity rail and all of the packages together, and that we needed some way to focus that at the state level. We also thought that the High-Speed Rail Authority has been sort of an entity standing by itself, and it needs an agency sponsor. It needs a place in the budget process through BCPs and such to develop its PYs and to have the sort of legislative oversight that I think now is being done through subcommittees asking for different kinds of language every year. But in fact, if you had a normal ongoing oversight process, we did consider the CTC. But I understand the committee's thought, and we're fine with the idea that the CTC would just be a, so that they would get notice of the spending plan every year. It would not be a decision on their part. We also do think it is important what this bill requires a strategic rail connectivity plan if we're going to make the most efficient use of the dollars we have, both for high speed and for, that come in for Amtrak and other rail. We need these to be connected, and we need to know that we're doing a strategic rail plan and that everything we're doing is consistent with that strategic plan. Again, I know there have been some alternative thoughts, and we're happy to entertain those. The authority would be providing a presentation of its annual spending plan before the CTC, but would not be for approval, but more for public sunshining. And additionally, this bill would require the governor's appointees to be confirmed by the Senate, and it merges a new federal reporting requirement so that the rail can merge into the federal reporting that CTC already does, so that we can comply on that level as well. So I think we're on a path, members, to a positive product. We've worked both in the Senate committees and with where we are with this committee today, and I'd ask for your aye vote moving it forward at the committee's will on how you want to handle some of the technical amendments.
Thank you. Do you have witnesses in support, Senator?
No idea. No. Yes. It appears that way.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Angelina with the Planning and Conservation League, and we're here in support of this bill and strongly urge that it be passed. And reading the analysis, the 3 comments that were made, we actually do feel like it's timely to take affirmative action in moving the High-Speed Rail Authority under a governing body that can help move this project to success. We've been talking about looking at the authority's governance now for 2 years, and this bill doesn't go as far as the league would go to ensure greater oversight and accountability to get this project back on track so the taxpayers get the train that they were actually promised. But we do think this is a good first step, and we don't want to see this piece of the bill taken out. Frankly, if we stop the conversation here, take it out of the bill, and restart the conversation next year, we'd be looking at another 2-year process to analyze the best governance structure for the authority. By then, we would be running afoul of the ARA deadlines that are looming before us. If we're going to wisely spend both the bond money and the ARA money, we've got to make sure that we put a process in place and a governance in place that assures oversight and accountability and ensures that the public can be directly involved and see how dollars are spent. So we strongly urge that this bill be passed, preferably in the current form, but definitely moving the authority under the BT&H. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Ravi Mehta. I represent the cities of Atherton, Menlo Park, and Palo Alto. And Ms. Andaloni did a good job of representing our position as well. We would urge this committee to also pass the bill in its current form. The High-Speed Rail Authority, as these 3 cities have been expressing in both the Senate and the Assembly Transportation Committee hearings, is essential to have some oversight. We've also looked at the peer review, but having some sort of oversight under BT&H, we believe, is also essential. So we would urge the committee to pass this bill in its current form.
Thank you. Any other witnesses in support? Witnesses in opposition?
In the middle, not
Witnesses
support, not opposition.
In the middle.
Mark Smith on behalf of the American Council of Engineering Companies of California. I think the advice that we would like to suggest today is that we be very careful about politicizing the high-speed rail process. To a certain extent, we have done that already in this building. We've had numerous oversight hearings. We will continue to do so. Senator Lowenthal has been extremely focused on making sure that the high-speed rail project is implemented appropriately. There are certain provisions in this bill, such as the placement of the authority or the Senate confirmation of the governor's appointees, that add an element of politicization to the process. Additionally, we would encourage you to consider the fact that the High-Speed Rail Authority was passed through the initiative process, and that the Attorney General's Bond Counsel has opined that to a certain extent we need to make sure that we track with the initiative approved by the voters. If we make too many changes there may be problems in selling the bonds that were authorized underneath Proposition 1A. And finally, there are other bills that are working their way through the process, and we would encourage that at some point a discussion be had to reconcile all those particular views and to bring all those ideas into alignment with each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any witnesses in opposition? Are there comments from members? Ms. Galgiani.
I just would like to thank you for taking the amendment to not move the High-Speed Rail Authority under Business Transportation and Housing, because now with the new director, we're not certain what type of arrangement we're going to have going forward, whether we might enter into contract with an operator or whether we might enter into a contract with someone who might do a turnkey project. I've decided not to move forward with my legislation that would have moved the authority under BT&H for those very reasons, and so I thank you for your willingness to accept that amendment in your bill as well.
If that's the committee's pleasure, I would actually, in contradiction to the prior speaker, I would just say that I think it makes it less political if it's actually in an agency and perhaps gives it a little more standing. But I'm sensitive to the notion that we have a new guy there and we ought to figure out how to make this work for him. I think it's critical that we have the strategic plan, that we have the public sun shining at the CTC, and that we do some of those other things to keep the legislature apprised. And I also think Senate confirmation will help everybody have a little more sense of involvement with this process, which has been a problem in the past. I mean, I was sort of I still think we're right about the BT&H, but if that's the committee's pleasure.
Ms. Buchanan.
I have a few questions. I was recently appointed chair of Budget Sub 5, and so we've dealt quite a bit with both Caltrans and high-speed rail. And so you want the high-speed rail authority to have the 5 governors' members approved by the Senate, and the high-speed rail authority then will report to Caltrans?
No, it would not report to Caltrans. What we were trying to do wasn't report so much as to give them a home in the bureaucracy, so that somebody in the administration is sponsoring them for BCPs, for purposes of coordination with Caltrans on the rail connectivity, for purposes of having a coordinated rail plan strategically and planning purposes, not for purposes of managing them so much as to give them a place with BT&H. But I understand the concern about the new,
So is it falling under the CTC, or is it falling under?
BT&H, period, was all I was suggesting. But Ms. Galgiani and the chair are suggesting that they prefer we not do that piece now, in which case they would still be a standalone entity subject to confirmation. They would have these requirements of engaging with the strategic plan, working on the connectivity, being part of that federal PREA report that Caltrans does, and presenting their expenditure plan before the CTC, but more in an advisory capacity than a approval capacity.
Okay, so bear with me for a moment then. When we have amendment number 2, which you're taking, and I read here, to require Caltrans to prepare the 5-year strategic rail connectivity plan. Is Caltrans preparing that, or is the authority preparing that?
The connectivity plan would be Caltrans, but they would have to put the authorities, the high-speed rail would have to be part of that plan, I think, right?
Well, see, I would think that would be something the high-speed rail authority should be preparing.
Well, but the problem is that Caltrans has authority over all of the other rail except the high-speed rail, which goes back to why I originally wanted a Department of Rail authority that had all of those agencies merged. Nobody wanted to go there yet. People wanted to leave Caltrans alone for right now. But at some level, you have to have a connectivity plan, at least, that acknowledges where's Amtrak, who's intercity rail, how do these connect to each other.
I agree with you. It's just a little bit concerned that we're creating another level of bureaucracy there. The other issue we got into...
I think that's sort of existing law. I mean, they need to do it.
Right. Okay. Well,
planning is done.
When we were working through the budget for high-speed rail, and after reading both the legislative analyst report, the KPMG report that had been authorized by the High-Speed Rail Authority, and the auditor's report, in terms of the management, it was clear that there was consistency in findings in all three, which is why we asked that they fund the management plan consistent with those reports. And we asked that they provide us with an annual report. And if I read this correctly, you're asking for a report every other year. So is there a reason, I mean, that we shouldn't have a report not just on the expenditures, but on the progress and assessments by the risk management team every year in terms of where we're going?
I'm not sure what we're doing in here that affects the budget asking for reports. Is that what I mean?
Well, I was just saying that was part of.
We have an annual funding plan.
Right, but we shouldn't in that plan, just like you've had in the plan and all the bridge retrofitting, everything else, where they prepared an annual plan. What we wanted was that same type of plan annually. We're talking about a multi-billion-dollar project. We wanted that same type of plan to come back to us in the budget committee annually, so we know how are we doing on what.
Well, that's what this says, unless you're amending it out.
Well, I thought it said every
Page 5 of the analysis says the bill would require the authority to submit an annual funding plan.
A funding plan, but in terms of your update of the other plan, if I read correctly here, I thought it said it was every other year.
Because that's like a 5-year plan, right? Am I missing? It's the multi-year plan that only gets updated every 2 years, right?
Right.
The 5-year plan gets updated every 2 years.
Right, but I understand it. But this is right every 2 years. So why wouldn't you want that plan updated every year in terms of
5-year plans? Usually, I think that's current CTC policy and it's consistent.
But why wouldn't you want to know, these are our projected deadlines, this is what we're meeting, I would think on a plan like this, we would want to have the same kind of annual report we have, for example, with the bridge retrofitting.
That was at the request of first.
Okay. Because you're talking about, when I read the amendments, you're saying that October 1st of each odd-numbered year.
My amendments say each year, so I'm not.
It says
every other year.
It says every other year on here. If you look at page 2 on your amendments, under amendment number 8.
But okay, I have a list of amendments that say the authority shall adopt and submit to the legislature and the governor no later than October 1 of each year.
Of each odd-numbered year. This is what I read.
I'm not seeing that. Mine says each year, so I'm lost. Unless we're on different recording requirements.
The ones you passed out say no later than October 1 of each odd-numbered year.
That's not
well, these were the committee's
number
proposed
8.
amendments.
Yeah, those are the committee proposed.
These are the committee's proposed amendments. So ask the committee why they wanted it.
Is that what we proposed? That need to be changed?
I mean, if this was the chair's request, not ours, we had each year. So don't look at me.
Would you?
Senator,
I'm lost.
Originally, we
sets
had
of
every year
amendment here in
just
front of me.
consistent with the funding plan, just like the STIP. And your chief of staff requested this every other year.
Okay.
At the request of another entity, so we complied.
Okay, but this is like the CTC, right?
It's like the Bay Area Toll Bridge Authority quarterly and annual management plan on progress.
And that's what our budget subcommittee asked for, would be that type of report that we would have every year. So we would be able to manage, to actually make decisions based on projected deliverables, actual deliverables, cost, and any type of risk assessment.
We want it to be consistent.
It's my understanding that the authority, I mean, if that's what the committee wants, I'm at your pleasure on some of these mixes and matches. We're trying to make these match to normal things. We're trying not to overburden the new director in some way that makes it impossible for him to do his job. We're trying to, there's a lot of reporting that's already been required in the budget. We're trying not to kind of have these things overlap each other. We do want them to have 5-year plans. We do want strategic plans. If that's the committee's will, that it be every year.
I think our goals are compatible, but when you read the toll authority report, it's very comprehensive, allowing all of us, the STIP report, right, giving us the kind of information I think all of us need to make.
As long as we don't keep adding different ones and we don't mix them up, that's all.
That's the report that we asked for, so I would.
This is the STIP.
This is the STIP, but I'm saying we're asking for it annually, which I think.
I think it was
more sense.
Probably the authority who suggested to us they would be more comfortable with the sort of trying to do it off the budget schedule of the 2-year budget cycle. But I think that may be Ms. Galgiani.
Well, we had conversations with the authority in my office. My recommendation is that we would have this report annually, and if later we decide we don't need it annually, that we then go to every other year. But I think it makes sense to have it annually.
Thank you, Ms. Buchanan. Ms. Galgiani, please.
Yes, there is budget language that's been pretty much agreed upon in the conference committee for the report the way it is. So, I think that's
so you're okay with putting it every year like she wants it? I'm kind of just trying to make sure I'm wherever the members need to be.
If it coincides exactly with the conference committee budget request, yes, I don't have that in front of me.
I don't either. Because the Assembly hasn't agreed to it yet, so I don't know what we have.
I don't know that we need it, though, since it's already in the budget language.
Well, I don't think we want to have 2 pieces of legislation, though, conflicting with
if
one
we
another.
make it annual, it will be consistent.
But only the one in Amendment 8, right?
And Ms. Galgiani, is that what you're referring to? That's consistent also with the budget language.
Yes. Is there a time frame that's consistent with the budget? The time frame, the deadline needs to be consistent, so we're not asking them to report multiple times during the year.
Well, maybe
the budget is a 1-year language, so this won't go into effect until the next budget year, effectively. So it's okay. I mean, this wouldn't go in effect till January. The budget language is for now.
I think October 1st would work fine because that would give us an opportunity to review it before we get into budget discussions in the spring. So I think that's fine.
Were there any other comments from members?
So these are the amendments we're taking?
Senator, would you like to close?
No, I appreciate. I'm sorry it was so confused, but I had 3 different sets of amendments sitting here. So, but I assume that it is this one, which I now have, that says updated, and that has amendments through number 9. I would again suggest the committee really think about the BT&H proposal, but if it's the committee's pleasure, I'm happy to take that amendment if we get some of this planning and stuff at least started. So ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your bringing this bill forward. I agree we need to take a very hard look at the governance structure of the High-Speed Rail Authority, and something clearly needs to be done. We need some sort of check and balance to assure that appointees to the authority cannot, for example, indebt the state without legislative or executive control. My concern with this bill was that we are not yet prepared to move the authority, and we need in place a better understanding of the appropriate division of responsibilities, contracting authority, funding decisions, and so on. But I fully support the need to restructure the authority. I think we need to work with the newly appointed CEO, as you've said, and move this in a holistic approach. So I do support the provisions related to connectivity and look forward to a discussion of the governance issue in the fall. I will be supporting your bill. I do need a motion.
Second as amended.
It's a motion do pass as amended. Could you call the roll, please?
Do pass as amended to appropriations? Lowenthal?
Aye.
Lowenthal, aye. Jeffries?
Aye.
Jeffries, aye. Bill Berryhill? Blumenfield? Buchanan? Buchanan, aye. Ing? Ying, aye. Furtani. Galgiani.
Aye.
Galgiani, aye. Hayashi. Miller. Miller, aye. Nilo. Nilo, aye. Norby. Portantino. Solorio. Solorio, aye. 8-0, the bill's.
Your bill is out, Senator, 8-0.
Thank you very
much.
much.
Next bill is
SB 474, Madam Chair. Again, appreciate the committee staff cooperating, and we would be happy to accept, I think, the committee's amendment recommendation that hopefully addresses one more time, as we have tried to do several times, the concern that we think is unfounded, but nonetheless that somehow this bill was intended to create liability. It was never intended to do that. It is specifically designed to get reporting information in a format that doesn't cost anything more because we already do it now. And to just make one more piece of information available on these design build pilot projects so that we'd know what people expect to save, and you'd have some measure, if you will, the term of art of the year, performance measure for determining if the projects did what they had intended to do. That was the intent of the bill. It was never to cause more liability, to cause additional findings, to cause delay in projects, only to add to an existing CTC report that little extra notion of what people were expecting to save by virtue of these pilot programs. The message saying pass a resolution rather than a finding, I think, maybe helps. We've tried to address this over and over with the opponents, and just it's been 2 years, and we've taken amendments in 14 times in 3 different committees. Can't seem to make them happy. Maybe this one will work. Ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Witnesses in support, please.
Madam Chair, members, Steve Baker with Aaron Reed and Associates, representing the professional engineers in California government. We think this is just a good common sense measure. These are demonstration projects. You ought to have them demonstrate something. That's what this bill does. Encourage your aye vote.
Any other witnesses in support?
Mark Smith on behalf of the American Council of Engineering Companies, again, sort of in a neutral middle position. I hope to be more definitive on the next bill I come up for. And we had registered a letter of opposition to this bill. We want to thank the author for working with the committee staff on the amendments. Unfortunately, today was the first time that we have actually seen those amendments in print, so we will need to take a look at them. But it does look like the bill is moving in a better direction, and we thank you for all your work on the issue.
Any other witnesses in opposition to this bill? Seeing none, are there questions from members?
I just want to thank the author for working to try and address some of those concerns that we've had before. And I think based on the quick look at the amendments that I've seen, it should address the concerns that have been raised. And I think we have a supportable bill at this point.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Nilo.
I just kind of echoing what Mr. Jeffries said, but Senator Cheney, you will remember in conference committee last year there was a proposed amendment to the public-private partnership provision of the February budget deal, and you sort of had to peel me off the ceiling on that one. I was very concerned that this bill was going in a similar direction in spirit anyway, and so I do very much appreciate you paring it down to a provision that I can support too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, we specifically had instructed Ledge Council not to draft it in a way that would cause delays, but understood some of the language there are always issues of how different lawyers might read it later. So I think this final one may get us past there. Appreciate your support.
Any other comments? Would you like to close?
No, that's it. Thank you very much, members. Appreciate the committee's work. Ask for your aye vote as amended.
Thank you so much. And I would say that the alternative methods that you discussed are not without risk and therefore deserve an added measure of analysis as your bill would provide. So I am recommending an aye vote.
Thank you.
As amended. I need a motion.
So moved.
You call the roll, please.
do pass as amended to appropriations. Lowenthal?
Aye.
Lowenthal, aye. Jeffries?
Aye.
Jeffries, aye. Bill Berryhill? Blumenfield? Buchanan? Buchanan, aye. Ing? Ing, aye. Furtani? Galgiani? Galgiani, aye. Hayashi? Hayashi, aye. Miller? Miller, aye. Nilo? Nilo, aye. Norby? Portantino? Solorio? Solorio, aye. 9-0, the bill's out.
9-0, your bill is out, Senator. Senator Alquist, Senate Bill 964.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I would like to start by offering two authors' amendments that are listed on the bottom of page 4 of the committee analysis and the top of page 5 of the analysis. These two amendments will ensure that the state high-speed rail workforce study called for in my bill will also consider other assessments being done by non-state entities such as two things: the federal study at Mineta Transportation Institute at San Jose State, and this is amendment number 1, and other national efforts such as the one by the American Public Transportation Association. This is amendment number 2 suggested by the committee. This bill is about workforce development for the state's largest public works project, the $43 billion high-speed rail system that is set to break ground in 2012 and generate over 1 million direct and indirect jobs. It appropriates $500,000 from the high-speed rail bond to conduct a workforce assessment to ensure California has the specialized electrical engineers, software engineers, and others to build, operate, and maintain the high-speed rail system. Labor is in strong support. I have witnesses, but they seem to be in other committees. Ask for your I vote.
Thank you. Do you have witnesses in support? You have?
I think they're in other committees.
I'm sure they are. Are there witnesses in opposition? Any comments from members? Yes, Assemblymember Buchanan.
I support workforce development efforts. I'm just curious, is this then, if we declare this, is this consistent with the actual usage of the bond funds as it was passed by the voters?
As I understand it, it is. And we
consulted with bond counsel to make sure.
And we consulted with bond counsel to make sure.
Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, Senator, I would say we have $9 billion in state bond funds and $1.85 billion in federal ARA job stimulus funds for the high-speed rail project. We need to find out what labor skill sets are available in the various sectors of our state and make sure we have workers to construct, maintain, and operate our high-speed rail system. We need that information as soon as possible. For that reason, I'm supportive of your bill. Would you like to close?
You gave a wonderful close. I ask for your I vote.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Ms. Buchanan, is there a motion? A motion and a second. Could you please call the roll?
Actions do pass as amended to appropriations. Lowenthal?
Aye.
Lowenthal, aye. Jeffries?
No.
Jeffries, no. Bill Berryhill?
No.
Bill Berryhill, no. Blumenfield? Buchanan? Buchanan, aye. Ing? Ing, aye. Furtani? Galgiani? Hayashi? Hayashi, aye. Miller? Miller, no. Nilo? Nilo, no. Norby? Portantino? Solorio? 4-4, it's on call.
4-4, Senator, it's on call.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Pavley? Senate Bill 435. Welcome, Senator. Please present your bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, I wanted to start by Assemblymember Lowenthal thanking the transportation staff and yourself for working with my staff on this bill. And also wanted to offer to you the author's amendment as stated in the analysis relating to the fix-it ticket issue. I wanted to start off also by explaining what this bill is not, as I explain what it is. This bill is simply intended to be an easy tool for law enforcement to enforce the current law. It doesn't create new law, it just enforces existing law. And it'll bring California in line with federal regulations. What this bill is not the original version of the bill, which related to the enforcement through the smog check process. This is not in the bill, and some people are still confused. In fact, I've read some accounts on that. That was agreed to in the Senate as this bill moved forward, that we would find a different approach other than smog check to rein in some of the noise and making sure people just complied with the law. I have a lot of friends who enjoy motorcycle riding, and they too agreed that we need to crack down on illegal tampering of manufacturing equipment because of loud decibels and disruptions caused by the noise in motorcycles. And we found a way to do that that is within the existing law and just gives law enforcement, especially CHP and others, some tools to deal with this problem. So if you have a bike that's not modified, or whether it is or not, it doesn't apply to you right now. This is on a going forward basis starting in 2011. So I wanted to clear that up because there's some misinformation. So what does this bill do? What is at issue in this legislation is the excessive noise caused by illegal tampering with motorcycle emissions equipment and the subsequent air pollution which this tampering causes. Under the authority already granted under the 1972 Noise Pollution Control Act, the United States Environmental Protection Agency set up a very simple regulation requiring all original equipment and aftermarket equipment since 1983 to meet or exceed the EPA noise level restrictions and to be stamped accordingly, once on the chassis of the bike and once on the muffler. This bill simply required that all motorcycles starting in 2011 must maintain this federally already required EPA stamp or risk a fix-it ticket. And a fix-it ticket is sort of like for a first offense, almost a warning. It's a secondary infraction. So if you're pulled over for some other reason and your stamp isn't on your bike, and this is after 2011 models, then it would be a first offense and simply a fix-it ticket. The EPA stamp certifying compliance with this federal law must be permanent, legible, readily visible, and must not be tampered with by the owner or anyone else. We're not creating a new stamp or new stamp policy. The stamp is already part of the EPA requirement. This applies equally to the end user of the bike as it does to the manufacturer or retailer. There is no ambiguity in this regulation whatsoever. In fact, the former director of the EPA's Office of Noise Control and Abatement has a letter stating and restating and outlining exactly what is required by federal law as well as what the stamp would look like. The goal of the stamp requirement is both to ensure that manufacturers comply with federal requirements, which they largely have, and that motorcycle riders maintain that equipment throughout the lifetime of that vehicle. Now, a little bit about my background. This is one of the top issues in my district, and a lot of them are from friends of mine who ride motorcycles, but it's become a real problem relating to noise pollution. The CHP and the LA Sheriff's Department, who both are involved in law enforcement in my district, continually speak about the excessive loud motorcycles as one of their top emergency complaint calls, and it's really, frankly, too bad that a small percentage of motorcyclists are making this such a problem for everyone else who is complying with the law. We all know that the difference between a motorcycle has been tampered with and one that has not when it goes by. It's extremely loud, can set off car alarms, and certainly shake windows. Now, we even have aftermarket manufacturers right here in California who are in support of this legislation. It'll tell you that they can get plenty of roar from a compliance system. In fact, you can get up to 80 decibels on a bike, and that's consistent with current regulations and law. Current regulations are not onerous. This bill simply asks for reasonable enforcement procedures. This bill also relates to air quality. It's true right now in newer vehicles starting in the year 2000, all motorcycles had to have catalytic converters, and that's because of smog-forming pollutants. The Air Resources Board has estimated that removal of a catalytic converter emits up to 10 times the amount of smog-forming pollutants. So that has been an ongoing issue, yet we're not going through the smog check approach. This is simply complying with the federal mandate regarding decibels and noise emissions that will also take into account the smog-forming pollutants. I wanted to end with thanking ABATE, who I believe will be coming forward and stating they're neutral on this bill now. They've worked collaboratively with our office. I appreciate that. And I also wanted to let you know about the American Motorcycle Association. Although they're not taking a position, in a recent publication they recommended the following: that motorcyclists should not modify exhaust systems in a way that will increase sound to a level that is offensive. This includes the installation of unmuffled exhaust systems. They realize this creates a problem for all motorcycle riders, not just the few that choose to modify their bikes to make them louder. Motorcycle retailers, according to the AMA, should discourage the installation and use of excessively loud replacement exhaust systems, including unmuffled straight pikes. So they are trying to police their own, which I recommend. This just allows our law enforcement officers an opportunity to crack down on those motorcyclists who are legally breaking the law starting in 2011. And I have with me today Bonnie Holmesgen from the American Lung Association, and someone from the Air Pollution Control Districts, and gentleman Avery Brown from the CHP will also be here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Chairperson Lowenthal, members, Bonnie Holmesgen with the American Lung Association in California, and we're pleased to support this bill because we think that it represents a very important step forward in anti-tampering of motorcycles that will result in significant air quality and public health benefits. As the author stated, this bill will increase enforcement of current anti-tampering and noise level statutes for motorcycles, and we believe this will have tremendous benefits in ensuring that motorcycles that are on the roads today operate with approved emission control systems. And as you have heard, if motorcycles are tampered and don't have required pollution control equipment, they're emitting several times more, maybe 10 times more emission per mile than motor vehicles, and that has serious public health implications. Of course, smog contributes to asthma attacks, lung illnesses, heart illnesses, hospitalizations, and even premature death. So we are supporting this bill from an air quality perspective, and we believe that addressing this issue of tampering is long overdue. We think this bill is an important twofer. It's important for the public for reducing noise, but also, of course, and from our perspective, and more importantly, to reduce pollution emissions that contribute to serious health concerns. And we ask your aye vote today.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
Tom Addison with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, here today in support of this bill. I think the author has made a number of excellent points on the bill. I would leave you with two facts that I think are important to consider as you think about this bill. The first is that this bill does not apply to a single motorcycle in California today. This bill applies to motorcycles that are sold in 2011 and later. Second has to do with emissions from motorcycles. And this is a very surprising fact, I think, but motorcycles are quite dirty. If we look at the compounds that combine to form ozone or smog, oxides of nitrogen and hydrocarbons, motorcycles are considerably dirtier per mile driven compared to a vehicle. In fact, let's compare the average motorcycle on the road today to not a new vehicle, but to 2005 vehicle, so not as clean as a new vehicle. The average motorcycle puts out per mile driven 190 times more smog-forming compounds per mile than a 2005 vehicle.
Thank you. Are there any more witnesses in support? Please state your name and affiliation.
Tina Andolina with the Planning and Conservation League in support.
Brendan Tuig on behalf of the California Air Pollution Control Officers Association in support.
Dan Cobb with the Union of Concerned Scientists. We support the bill.
Bill Cyberling representing the County Los Angeles Board of Supervisors in support.
Andy Katz from Breathe, California in support.
Thank you. And seeing no other witnesses, is there anyone else in support? If not, witnesses in opposition. Please know you have 2 minutes each for the first two. Following that, please give your name and affiliation.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, James Lombardo. I hope after I testify you might allow 2 other witnesses. I represent a Beta, California, motorcycle riders. Some of them are in this room today, and there are other motorcycle riding groups. What we faced with the senator was when we started on this bill was a $300 non-fix-it ticket, a moving violation point on your record, that they could stop us for any reason, and also that they could drive along the driving parking lots and just cite you. What was agreed was, and we had authority, was that this would be prospective only. I hope that this committee realizes that as a freedom group that motorcycle riders are going to express their opinions, and we hope and have some sort of guarantee that if this bill is changed in any manner, it will come back here so we can have a full hearing on this, because you're affecting 1 million motorcycle riders and 800,000 people that ride. So with that, I'll be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there witnesses in opposition? That one, as I understand it, that was a former opponent who has changed.
The neutral is my
The neutral.
understanding.
Yes.
Abate is neutral.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lowenthal and members of the committee. My name is Nicholas Harris. I'm the Western States representative for the American Motorcyclists Association. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify in front of your committee. We have actually remained opposed to this bill since its introduction and have not changed our position. I'm sorry if there's any confusion about that.
Excuse me, we don't. I would ask you, I appreciate your sentiment. I would ask you not to have applause in this chamber. Thank you very much.
While we will acknowledge the bill has changed greatly since its introduction, we still have real problems with it. I mean, frankly, it seems like you're taking what's been seen now or acknowledged as a problem and kicking it down the road to someone who buys a bike in January. Just a quick example. I know you're going to hear from lots of folks. We had a PowerPoint presentation. We were sending a link to all of you folks. I'm sure many of you have seen it. There was a survey done by 2 riders in New York. They went and looked at 76 motorcycles, of which 32 they found the stamp readily available right in front of you. But of the other 44, they couldn't find it. Some of them they had to take parts off the bike. They had to pull covers off. If you haven't seen this, it's in our testimony. It's also on our website. So, you know, this is brand new bikes on the floor at the dealership. This isn't someone out on the road. And so if you think about how a motorcycle is used when it's ridden, it's driven, it's going to get dirty. It's going to be harder to find that. You're going to have an officer possibly having to crawl around on his hands and knees literally looking for a label that will become obscured as the bike's used. Also, and so given that fact, we feel it's unfair to expect an owner to have a visible label when it may or may not be delivered that way from the manufacturer. And like I say, that's about a little under 50-50 survey they found. Likewise, when you have a bike and you damage it, it gets old, something wears out, OEM exhaust is very expensive. I once owned a motorcycle, and the quote I got for exhaust was $1,000. I bought the bike for $1,200. So, you know, that was a big issue for us also. And lastly, I'm still able to take my truck and go to the Midas shop and get a muffler. This would force me to take my motorcycle and go back to the dealership, and we feel that is unfair. We ask for your no vote on this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the testimony. Is there anyone else in opposition?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm John Palavoda, the Executive Director of the California Motorcycle Dealers Association. We remain opposed to this bill. Label matching was never meant for enforcement. New bike labels are there that are sold new, but often are under frame members, saddlebags, luggage, and fairing. The EPA rule was actually written in the mid-'70s when the design and the finish of motorcycles was much simpler. Citing an owner because a police officer can't find an existing legal stamp or label, which will result in unwarranted citations. And to establish 2011 as the start date for the label matching program is really unrealistic, and it's only for one reason. The production deadlines, because of production deadlines, most of or all of the mufflers are already produced because we're basically at that model year. So as the previous person who testified just mentioned, you're kind of kicking this down the road, but it certainly isn't kicked down the road far enough. And what's happening here, if this were extended further out, at least another year or so, it would give aftermarket manufacturers the ability to come up with new noise-compliant products, the re-stamping or the relabeling more visual both for brand new motorcycles and the aftermarket would take place too. So these are the problems that we've got here. We have existing noise legislation right now. CVC 27151 comes to mind. That's the existing California statute that applies specifically to motorcycles, and it's been on the books, I believe, since 1972. So we're not operating in a vacuum here where there is no law that covers this. So again, I would urge your no vote unless this is amended in some shape or form beyond what it has been amended. But we do appreciate at least the direction that this is going in. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Oh, sir, excuse me.
John.
Could you just stay while there's a question from Mr. Berryhill over here?
Do you agree with that science that motorcycles are so much more polluting than what was the thing, a 2005 vehicle? I mean, do they put out more pollutants than a vehicle does?
On a per-mile basis, they do. But if you take into consideration that an average car is run 12,500 miles, the average motorcycle is run about 2,800 miles per year. And if you take, for example, the gas savings in motorcycles, and obviously the gas is what produces these pollutants, motorcycles, the average motorcycle gets in the area of at least 50 to 60 miles per gallon, probably more. The average car, I believe they're struggling with fuel economy standards of around 20, 25 or 26 miles per gallon. If you actually look at the envelope of all the factors, the total number of motorcycles pollution is infinitesimally less than the total amount for all other motor vehicles.
Yeah, okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah,
and as far as the catalytic converters, there was testimony here a little bit earlier that since 2000, all motorcycles come with catalytic converters. That is not correct. According to the Air Resources Board's figures, and I can get them if necessary, from 1996 through 2008, 50% of the motorcycles that were sold here in California did not come with catalytic converters. So they are not subject to CARB approval. The other problem with the catalytic converted motorcycles is that CARB, in their infinite wisdom, only approved the process by which aftermarket manufacturers can have their products approved. So you've had a product sold here for 13 years, and there was never even a legal a process by which the aftermarket manufacturers could come and approve their products. That's why you do have other products out there.
Right. So what you're suggesting is a better way to go would be to, from this point forward, kind of a thing that manufacturers of aftermarket products could have the technology going forward, but not to go back, because then that just devalues everybody's motorcycles,
absolutely.
or they have to spend a lot of money.
We can't go back.
Right.
That is definitely true.
Thank you. I know there are a number of other witnesses in opposition. Could you please come up and you're going to stand over there, give us your name and affiliation, no other comments. We know you're in opposition.
My name is Jeff Rabe. I'm the lobbyist for the Modified Motorcycle Association and a representative for the Confederation of Clubs. We're all in opposition of it.
Thank you.
I don't know how a label's going to stop me from modifying my...
Could you give your name and affiliation, please?
My name is Greg Coppice. I'm just a motorcycle rider.
Thank you.
And I'm opposed, by the way.
Yes, thank you.
My name is Dan McKee, and I'm opposed to the wording. And if I may have 1 minute.
No, I'm sorry. We have our rules that we only have 2 members in support, 2 witnesses in opposition. And for all those in line, if you could just give your name and affiliation.
Is there somewhere or someone I could go to express?
You could submit that to staff members right there. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jerry Lee. I am the state commander for California for the U.S. Defenders Organization, representing 30,000 voters and 30,000 motorcycle riders, and we oppose this bill extremely.
Thank you very much. Please, no applause. Yes.
Hi, my name is Jim Compton. I'm actually coming here as a private citizen. I didn't wear the colors for the group that I ride with because I spent the last 14 months researching this bill.
And you're opposed.
And I am opposed, and I also have the report that they were referring to earlier.
Thank you.
I brought that with.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Lori Adams from the Board of Directors for Abeta, California, and I am opposed.
Thank you.
Joseph Brailsford, representing the Vietnam Legacy Vets Motorcycle Club. We're opposed.
Thank you.
Ken Caspers, Napa Solano, opposed.
Thank you.
Monica Oberg, supporting the ironworkers. I do oppose, and I do oppose.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Jessica Lee, Napa Solano, and I oppose.
Thank you.
I'm Johnny O'Kane. I'm from Los Angeles. With the ironworkers, we oppose this bill in every form that's come down the pike so far. No matter what change it takes, we're against it.
Thank you, Johnny. Johnny is my constituent.
Dan McClellan, Yuba City, opposed.
Thank you. Any others who oppose this bill? Thank you very much. Thank you for being here to participate in how we develop policy in the state of California. I wonder if Mr. Brown, Avery, could you kindly come up? I think a few people would like to ask some questions. Thank you. Mr. Jeffries.
I was wondering if you could walk me through a little bit of education on the difference between fix-it tickets and moving violations, specifically related to this bill. In one moment, I feel like I'm looking at a fix-it ticket solution, but it has an automatic fine. Based on your knowledge, does this bill qualify as a moving violation or a fix-it ticket? Or walk me through some of this.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Captain Brown with the California Highway Patrol. When we look at notices to correct, or commonly referred to as fix-it tickets, I would refer you to Section 40303.5 of the California Vehicle Code. And that section of the code outlines and defines what violations. Traditionally, they're minor type events, emission control, maybe some registration issues. It outlines what violations may be candidates to fall under the subsequent section 40610, which tells you what you may write as notices to correct. So when we come to this specific violation under 27, 150, 151, 152, 152.5, you're looking at emission controls for motorcycles. Currently in statute, officers who make enforcement stops do not carry decibel meters. in order to read the noise emitted from the pipe or from the vehicle they are making the enforcement stop on. So based upon the provisions of 40610, with the authority under 40303.5, they issue a notice to correct. That notice to correct gives the owner-operator the opportunity to go back and certify or correct the violation and have it signed off. Now, the officer is prohibited from using this section, notice to correct, if the three sections of subsection B of the code under 40610 exist. If there's an habitual offender, if there is fraud, if there is an outright disregard for the law and refusal to correct, the officer may elect to write it as a moving violation without the privilege to make the correction. According to the bill, and we don't have an official position on the bill, according to how the bill is written, it gives the violator the opportunity to certify that my bike meets these requirements that are in the current law. One of the individuals that testified referred to 27-151, which says we already have current law at 95 decibels. Well, if that pipe is louder than that, they can write him a fix-it ticket, which is what is currently done as law enforcement practice, have them go to the BAR, Bureau of Automotive Repair, or Emission Controls, since we don't have the exhaust certifying provisions anymore since 1979, and have those pipes evaluated to see if they comply with the law, then have the ticket signed off and provide proof of correction to the courts. The statute, the federal section that is referred to in the bill, I think it's, and forgive me a second, I don't have it memorized, it's Title 40, which covers emission control on the federal level, said anything after January 1, 1993 had to meet those federal standards and had to have the label applied. The federal law is more restrictive than California. Fed says 80 to 83 decibels. California allows 95. So in the state, we do not have a law that really orders us as law enforcement officers to ensure that that tag is on the vehicle currently. So in order to be fair, the notice to correct, given the owner-operator the opportunity to correct the problem, is what is being suggested in this bill.
Okay. I can say you absolutely didn't help me because I think, and I don't mean that in a negative sense. I mean, it's very obviously very complicated as to which section codes. But I guess my point is, if this is a fix-it ticket, I'm not, okay, well, this is directed to the author. If this is a fix-it ticket, I'm not accustomed to a first offense having a fine for a fix-it ticket. This bill has a first offense with a fine. It's not really a fix-it ticket. It's you're fined and
it's a $50 fine. It's a secondary infraction, though, for being pulled over for some other reason as well. Now,
okay.
Mr. Jeffries, I have to ask you, so if it was just a warning and a fix-it with no fine, you're okay?
Actually, I would be a lot closer if you
if
we took the existing state law as to the decibel levels and we
95, yeah.
and we allowed someone to, if they were cited, if they were pulled over and stopped and they were found to be in excess of existing state law, and we granted them the opportunity through a fix-it ticket mechanism to come into compliance, I don't think I'd have any heartburn over that. But if we're going to fine them right out the door, I mean, I'm not sure that's the direction we should be going.
Mr. Jeffries, on the first offense with a fix-it ticket, the fine only applies if you do not make the correction.
I've been corrected on that.
Okay.
If you make the correction, the fine does not apply.
Waived.
Correct.
So.
And
okay.
They have the authority to waive all the. You fix it, waive the fine.
And if I may ask, what happens if you pay the $50 fine and don't fix it?
Dan, just sit here.
That's usually where the fine comes in and the court goes through its process. It now becomes a non-correctable violation and the judge is adjudicated through the bail schedule.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me. We'll have decorum here. Mr. Jeffries was there. You're done? Any other comments? Any questions? Would you like to close?
I would, because I thought there were several things that mentioned I could just briefly touch on. First of all, this is existing federal law, the EPA stamp, which seems like the smart way to go. But the federal law doesn't have any state-by-state enforcement. So this would allow us using the federal law to sort of crack down on the small population of people who are making quite a few people's lives miserable with excessively loud bikes. We're just asking them to be more sensitive and keep it within the 95 decibels, which, if you know sounds, that's quite high. Obey the law that's readily existing. I'd be willing to have conversation with the motorcycle dealership operator as it moves through appropriations, always subject to your bringing it back to committee, Assemblymember Lowenthal, and extending 2011 because of the production line. I'm sort of sensitive to that from the car perspective, that you have to make sure how a bike is built out, make sure the EPA stamps are visible. Why don't we just use the existing decibel system that's out there? Highway Patrol and our Sheriff Department, and they're all over my district, Mulholland Highway, and where it's a huge issue. You might be able to get the decibel reading, but where you stand and how loud it is at some particular time, in most cases, these are all thrown out in court. It's just not working. That's why this stamping thing seems to be the best solution. I've also been told that even though when catalytic converters were required in bikes starting in 2001 through 2005, it was a relatively low compliance because it's all new built bikes going forward. I've been told by 2008, all the bikes sold 87% compliant with having catalytic converters, where if they just left them on their bikes, it takes care of the noise problem and it takes care of the emissions problem as well. None of us on our cars think about taking off our catalytic converters to make them louder and smoggier. So this is a fix-it ticket. I appreciate the comments made by the opposition. We will look forward to working with all of them. I appreciate the willingness of ABATE moving forward as we took this away from smog check and really zeroed in on what makes it so difficult for so many people, and that's the few motorcyclists who perhaps are behaving irresponsibly as far as not being sensitive to noise, especially in areas of residential communities. And I think collaboratively we can work on this together, and I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much, Senator. I believe that a number of the people here who opposed the bill probably opposed the bill in its original form, and I really appreciate the movement that you've made in accepting some of the recommendations of the opposition. So I would encourage you to work, as you said, with the manufacturers to find a date that would be better for the majority of riders, the dealerships.
Got it.
And make sure that the numbers are placed in a visible area. And I think that was one of the biggest concerns that people had. And on that basis, I'm going to support your bill with those changes. Do I have a motion? Is there a motion? Do I have a motion? Moved and seconded. Madam Secretary, could you call the roll, please?
The actions do pass as amended to appropriations. Lowenthal?
Aye.
Lowenthal, aye. Jeffries?
Not voting.
Bill Berryhill? No. Berryhill, no. Blumenfield? Blumenfield, aye. Buchanan? Ing? Ing, aye. Furtani? Galgiani? Galgiani, aye. Hayashi? Miller? Nilo? Nilo, no. Norby? Portantino? Solorio? 4-2. It's on call.
The vote is 4-2. Your bill is on call.
How many do I need, Assemblyman?
4 more.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan, can you do the next bill? Need a potty.
Oh, so you want me to present the next one? So I can. What are we on next? I don't believe Senator DeSaulnier is here for the next bill, so that'll be Senator Price, looking dashing as usual. This will be SB 965. Senator,
I've got.
it's all yours.
I don't have 965, Mr. Chair. I've got 1215.
I'm sorry, 1215.
1341 and
right.
1453. 1215?
1215 would be fine.
1215? Mr. Chair, members, good afternoon. SB 1215 seeks to increase small business participation on state-funded contracts of architects and engineers on Caltrans projects through the use of pre-qualification lists. The bill allows the department the ability to create pre-qualified lists of architectural and engineering firms that possess the qualifications established by Caltrans to perform specific types of architectural and engineering services, with each firm ranked in order of qualifications. SB 1215 is a permissive 2-year pilot program, and it's limited to Caltrans. Caltrans buys more than $200 million in engineering services each year from private firms, but fewer than 10 firms receive more than half of this work. The department's current practice is to select a firm to provide a particular service in a geographic area for a set period of time. For that time, the selected firm has a monopoly on the service in that geographic area. The contracts are on call, which means that firms perform work and receive payment only when Caltrans issues a task order. The intent of this bill is that Caltrans will use the list to issue small contracts to many firms in place of the present practice of providing one monopoly firm that receives many task orders. The work needs to be spread out and spread around to establish more predictability for contractors and not just the reliance on task orders. Free market competition does not exist when you have 6 or 7 major firms gobbling up 80 to 90% of all the work. SB 1215 will increase small business participation on state-funded contracts of architects and engineers on Caltrans projects, as well as provide greater opportunities for various sized firms. And I respectfully ask your aye vote. We have several witnesses who would like to express their concerns and support for this measure.
Thank you very much, Senator. Those in favor or witnesses?
Chair and members.
Is that on?
There we go. Oh, push it again. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
We're good.
Chair and members, thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name is Fred Jordan, and I've been a member of the Caltrans State Small Business Council for over 20 years, president of the San Francisco African American Chamber of Commerce, and I am a practicing consultant engineer in the state of California for over 30 years. This particular bill will level the playing field for not only small firms but also large firms. The American Small Business League said that over $100 billion in small business contracts go to so-called classified large firms. In today's economy, I think it's critical that that contracts be awarded to diverse communities, to various firms, and not to just a few communities in the state of California. And unless we go out to various diverse communities, we cannot have a recovery. We cannot have a recovery. We must spread this work around. It is public money. And today, we're here to say that we want to level the playing field. Everybody gets a chance to play. 32 states have some sort of pre-qualified list. Many agencies in this state have pre-qualified lists. This does not affect open market competition because the firms are selected. It will save Caltrans money. And Caltrans has indicated to us that they support this bill. I ask for your support.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Vargas, also a member of the California statewide Small Business Council for Caltrans, representing the San Joaquin County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and various other organizations. We are in support of Senator Price's bill. We see this as being a very cost-effective way of procuring professional services. I'm an engineer, came to California to work for the state. Very grateful that you brought me here. And now that as a business owner, see this as a way of spreading the wealth with us small businesses, Hispanic Chamber, small businesses that are within the state, and will definitely save the state money. As Commissioner Jordan indicated, a lot of other local agencies, many of my clients, I do program management, and we have used this bench contract method to save them money.
My name is Eddie Lau, and I represent Asian American architects and engineers from San Francisco. I'm a practicing civil engineer since 1971. This is in state of California. I just want to say some data for you to share with you. These data, let me say that the 7 top consultants that has received Caltrans contract in the last 3.5 years. One firm is getting $112 million now for 13 contracts. Another firm is getting $88 million for 10 contracts. And so, and I can cite the remaining of them, but basically they're all over $55 million for the last 3.5 years. The assignment does not go to the small business, does not go to the community. So we're looking for recovery. We need to have our fair share. We need to have a piece of the pie. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I'm supposed to limit it to 2, so please go briefly.
All right. Steve Wallach on behalf of the Alameda County Transportation Improvement Authority. The Actia board took in a support position late last week, and so we urge your support.
Very good, thank you. Testimony of witnesses in opposition.
Mr. Chair and members, Mark Smith on behalf of the American Council of Engineering Companies of California. I represent the private consultants that this bill is designed to help, and regretfully we need to be here in opposition today. And we've had some conversations with the Senator's office and staff, and do believe he understands our concerns. What this bill does is it attempts to carve up the work that Caltrans contracts out in a manner which we find would create problems for the department in utilizing the most qualified firms and place the competition in the marketplace, which competes for those projects, at a disadvantage. What the bill tries to do is it carves up project work into 3 different silos: 0 to 500, 500 to 5 million, and 5 million and over. And in doing so, you can only be on a list for one of those project categories. So you can be on the big projects, you can be on the small projects, you can be on the middle list, but you can't be on all 3 at the same time. In addition, we're going to have this process not just one time at the state level, but we're going to enact this process at the district level in all 12 districts within the department. And then when you're on that list, you're going to be on that list for 2 years. If you're given a project, you're going to go to the bottom of that list. And once you've been given a project, you're not going to be able to compete for another project on that list, and you can't compete for projects on the other lists because you're just not allowed to be on them, and until everybody else on that list has received a project. And now that's a problem because some of the projects that Caltrans puts out are these on-call projects, which means you've been awarded work, but you don't get paid and you don't do anything until the department picks up the phone and asks you to come and do something. I have member firms who've had on-call contracts with the department for years, and at this point in time, they're not being utilized and they're not making any money. Additionally, once you're on the list, this bill provides Caltrans leveraging opportunity to remove you from the list if they find that you are not acting in a compliant manner. And so there is a problem in that leverage is given to the department to exclude you from the list, which you can only be on once. So in a lot of ways, this bill does not help the private sector. It makes it much more difficult for the private sector to compete for the work. There are additional problems with the bill. The bill has introduced the concept of price scheduling. Engineering and architecture services at the federal and the state level are procured through what is known as the Brooks Act. We are procured first on the basis of qualifications, not cost. This bill would require that engineers and architects submit price schedules that would need to be good for a period of 2 years, and essentially introduces cost into the practice of procurement. So, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to use a prop in committee. You might not be able to see this from where you're sitting. I have a hard time seeing it from where I'm sitting. This is a dime. The real problem with this bill is that we're arguing about a dime. As has been previously stated, the work that is contracted out through the department is 10 cents on every dollar. We believe that in order to really address this issue of firms and project delivery and the ability to provide services to the department, we're talking about this dime. We're talking about, should it be a dime or should it be a quarter or should it be 2 quarters? If we expand the pie, rather than slice this dime up into pennies and fractions of a penny, try to make sure that everybody has a piece, we might really make progress in solving this problem. So for all those reasons, ACEC California is opposed, and we would ask that you vote no on this bill today.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else to speak in opposition? Anyone? We have a motion to move. Would you like to close? Is there any questions? Excuse me, before we go there, any questions from members?
There was a
Mr.
statement that Caltrans is in support, but what I've read is that Caltrans doesn't have a position but does have concerns because it may run afoul of a federal code. So perhaps we could get some information on that.
Good afternoon, Richard Harmon, California Department of Transportation. That is correct. We do not have an official position on this bill yet. I think the concern you mentioned was one I know ACEC raised in their opposition letter, which I think in application of the bill, we're looking at state-funded A&E contracts. For federally funded contracts, there would be a conflict with federal law, which is the Brooks Act. So I think it almost goes to ACEC's point about what pot you're looking at and how big is that pot. State-funded contracts make up about just under 30% of our A&E contracts that are strictly state-funded. So yeah, it's the federal side that there's the conflict.
Okay, thanks. The concern I have about this bill doesn't really have to do with pre-qualification itself, because pre-qualification can make good sense where you have contracts that are sort of a routine nature and it can make individual approval easier. But it's not a good tool for everything, number one, because of the nature of more complex jobs that need a closer sort of custom look. But the second thing is a pre-qualification is supposed to be an inclusive process. That is to say, you find out firms that are pre-qualified for a certain kind of work, and everybody can try to be pre-qualified, and if they are, they're on that list and pre-qualified for that kind of work. This is a pre-qualification of exclusion, as was indicated by the testimony of ACEC in opposition. You have to choose what sort of price category you're going to be in, and once you do, forever hold your peace. You can't do any other work. That's not really what pre-qualification is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be a tool of exclusion. I think I understand what it is that you're trying to get at, more work for small businesses. I think Mr. Smith made an excellent point with regard to the dime, but I think you're using an inappropriate tool to try to get at that. and I think it's going to restrict things more than anything.
Mr. Furtani?
May I respond?
No, please go ahead.
Yeah, just respond. I appreciate your comment, Mr. Nilo. In fact, and just to clarify the previous statement that was made, a firm would be, first of all, this is a optional tool that the department can use in each of the 12 districts. So they may choose to do it in one district and not another. As proposed, an individual or an organization could be eligible in one category, but he's got an opportunity to bid on 12 different regions, 12 different districts. So he's not restricted to just one district nor to one category amount. So
no, there is. You're saying that a firm could apply for a pre-qualification in the lowest category in one district, but the highest category in another district.
Correct.
But once they do, that's where they are in that district.
In that district for that time, correct.
What I said is still applicable.
Well, again, we think it gives the department a lot more flexibility than it has now, and I certainly can understand why firms don't want to change the way it exists, even for the dime. We're still talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, and the larger number of firms are being cut out in terms of being included. So, again, this is a tool we think that the department can use, a tool that's been successful in other states and other jurisdictions, and we're merely giving Caltrans the authority at its discretion to use it in a way that we think can be more effective.
Very good. Mr. Furtani?
Thank you. I think the issue of inclusion or exclusion is in the eye of the beholder. This wouldn't be being brought forward if all these groups were being included. They wouldn't have a concern for complaint or a need for some kind of statute to help determine their participation in the issue of getting a dime's worth of the contracts or whatever the case may be. I think if you're being excluded, whether it's a dime, $1, $10, you're not getting access to any of it, then it doesn't really mean that much. If you want to be included, then I think this is what this bill does. There may be some things that need to be worked out in the actual details as policy goes forward with Caltrans, but I think the spirit of it is really critical. The spirit of being able to share the work, making sure other communities have an opportunity to bid for it. And the other problem, the catch-22, a lot of communities have always run into is the catch-22 is you don't have experience, so you can't get the job, but you can't get experience unless you get the job. We've all heard that through a lot of our lives. This pre-qualification means that they don't have to go through that catch-22. They can be pre-qualified on the list and then therefore can be chosen. And I think this is a good start. I think it also carries on the work that the senator did in the assembly, which I've been trying to pick up your mantle, Mr. Price, relative to making sure that people have access to government work. I mean, we have a audit that's going on right now relative to the Department of General Services. They have all the policies that say that they're going to give work to small businesses and people on Main Street, not just Wall Street. And in that process, we're finding that really, even though the policy's there, the practice is not there. So the practice is not here is why this is coming forward. This will establish the policy. Then we can hold people's feet to the fire relative to the practice. So I support this bill. I think it's a good step forward. I think the issue of making sure that other companies that are qualified, pre-qualified, have a chance to get this work is really critical and very important. Thank you for the bill, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just some comments, if I may. I am extremely supportive of the effort to get the work out to the private sector. I'm very disappointed that the private sector is split on this issue. We are, in fact, watching folks fight over the crumbs of what's left. This, in my opinion, this institution is constantly attempting to move money into the government sector or under the control of the state and take it away from the private sector. And I think that not only hurts our economy, it hurts the ability of folks to get jobs. The revenues are down. We need to be advocating more work for the private sector so that they can put people to work and pay taxes, and then we could stop fighting over the crumbs that are left here in this building. I think you're on the right track in a general sense of trying to split the work up amongst more firms. I am very, very familiar with problems of, and I'm not saying that it's happening here, but of the good old boy system where preferred firms always get the same work over and over and over again. I've seen that, I've heard that, I've witnessed that in other sectors of government service, and we need to break that up so that other folks have the opportunity to be successful in California. I'm concerned that you're not necessarily on the correct path, although I think you're on the path to getting there. And I would love to be able to sit here today and tell you how to fix it, but I don't know how to fix it. I just know that what I'm hearing about the siloed effect, the being dropped to the bottom, you have to compete in 12 different districts to determine which silo you're going to be left in. I'm just not sure that this is necessarily the right fix to a problem that I do believe exists. I want you to know I agree with that, but I'm just not sure we're there yet. So the committee chair is actually back, and I'm probably supposed to turn it over to her, but she's talking, so I'll just keep talking, and we'll talk about something else. No, we do have one more question.
What I'm reading is 32%. Caltrans is hitting their goal of small business work at 32%. Is that correct?
In the current fiscal year, our state-funded A&E contracts represent about $30 million, and the governor's executive order on small business participation establishes a 25% goal. We're currently at 31.47 for the current fiscal year.
Could you repeat that for my benefit again, please? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the goal.
On our state-funded A&E contracts in the current fiscal year, our small business participation is at 31.47%.
As the author of this bill, I mean, shouldn't we be working in that area to try and increase that percentage? If it was 25% was the goal, rather than trying to do the silo effect?
Well,
I'm kind of putting you on the spot.
No, I don't mind being on the spot. We think this is an alternative. It obviously is not. This is a pilot effort to run for sunsets in 2014. You know, it's another tool that the agency can use. The existing system is not working. This may not be the better alternative, but we think it's another alternative. And it's one that has been successful in 32 other states. And so it's not an effort that we are sort of making up as we go along. We think it makes a lot of sense, at least to try. It gives the flexibility to the department. It doesn't mandate it, but they can use it if they choose to do so on a district-by-district basis.
If I may ask the department, do you think this is going to improve the situation for small businesses, or is this just going to make life difficult for the department to administer? Not to only give you those two choices, so pick what you want.
No, there will be sort of the startup and get going kind of cost resource issue. You know, we agree with the merits of the concept, and I think we'd probably agree that expanding the pie only would help everyone. I think the proposal does have merits, but again, there's a lot of resources that would be used. So I don't know how much those benefits would be. I think they may be somewhat marginal, just given the size of the pot we're talking about.
Very good. I've already had you testify. I don't think I can really go back to opponents and supporters of it at this time, unless somebody has a question. Not seeing any.
Respectfully request your aye vote.
All right. We have from the committee, we have a none recommendation. Do we have a motion?
I moved it.
We have a motion? All right. We probably had that, and I just forgot. And we need a second.
Second.
We have a second. Okay. Secretary, call the roll.
The actions do pass to appropriations. Lowenthal?
Aye.
Lowenthal, aye. Jeffries?
I'm going to stay off on this one.
Bill Berryhill? Blumenfield? Buchanan? Ing? Furtani?
Aye.
Furtani, aye. Galgiani? Hayashi? Miller? Nilo? Nilo, no. Norby? Portantino? Solorio? It's 2-1, the bill's on call.
2-1, your bill is on call, Mr.
Okay,
Price.
thank you. We need 6?
8.
8? Okay. All right, thank you.
Next bill is 1341, Mr. Price.
Some members who are not here, we know are going to be yes. 1341, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair and members, 1341 will allow small firms to subcontract with a certified firm and who are seeking to do business with the Los Angeles Metropolitan Transit Authority receive a 5% bidding preference. The bill will also require the lowest responsive and responsible bidders to use good faith effort to meet goals relating to the participation of small business enterprises. As we know, small businesses are the foundation of our economy, and they generate more than 70% of all new private sector jobs. During these difficult economic times, it's essential that we invest in our small businesses, and 1341 is a modest step in this direction. The measure would help make small businesses more competitive in the procurement process and, as a result, offers greater opportunities for these small firms. We've worked with the Associated General Contractors and the American Council of Engineering Companies to mediate technical concerns, which has made Senate Bill 1341 more effective. For these reasons, SB 1341 enjoys bipartisan support, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote. With me are representatives from the sponsor, the Los Angeles Metropolitan Transit Authority, Mr. Richard Chastain and Mr. Richard Turner.
And I move approval.
Thank you. We do have a motion, but I'd like to hear from the support.
Madam Chairman and members, Michael Turner on behalf of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. As the Senator mentioned, this bill will allow us to create a small business program at our agency on state and locally funded contracts. It will help us with Measure R to ensure that we have an even playing field and are able to allow all businesses in Los Angeles County to compete for projects funded through Measure R and state funds. And Richard Chastain from County Council, should there be any questions.
Thank you very much. Any comments from members? Mr. Price, I applaud you. I think it's important to include small business in the Measure R projects, which I was a part of some years ago, and getting that out. So that is the backbone of our state, small business, and if there's a way to find more support for them, then that's a good thing. So I will be supportive. Would you like to close?
Just that I think I want to applaud the initiative of the Transit Authority. They're doing this on their initiative to be more proactive. This legislation will give their board the ability to implement this preference.
Right.
It's race neutral, so there are no issues with Prop 9, and we respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much. I do believe we had a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, could you call the roll?
The actions do pass as amended. Lowenthal?
Aye.
Lowenthal, aye. Jeffries?
Aye.
Jeffries, aye. Bill Berryhill? Berryhill, aye. Blumenfield? Buchanan? Ing? Bertani? Galgiani? Galgiani, aye. Hayashi? Miller? Miller, aye. Nilo? Nilo, aye. Norby? Portantino? Solorio? 6-0, the bill's on call.
6-0. Mr. Price, your bill is on call.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And last and certainly not least, Senate Bill 1453.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much, members, again, for your indulgence and your patience. Before I begin, I'd like to accept as author amendments the amendments suggested by the committee staff at the bottom of page 3 on the analysis. These amendments clarify that a report will be returned only in the event that the Department of Motor Vehicles initiates the study called for in the bill. Madam Chair and members, Senate Bill 1453 simply authorizes the Department of Motor Vehicles to study the feasibility of using emerging digital electronic technology for license plates in California and to report back to the legislature on its findings and recommendations. The study would be paid for by the vendor who is eventually awarded the opportunity to work with the state. It's envisioned that the technology would yield greater workflow efficiency and cost savings for the DMV, while potentially generating needed revenue for the state. Under the provisions of the bill, the private sector would work closely with the state in developing and assessing the use of digital electronic license plates and would serve primarily as a vehicle identifier, but could also be used as a messaging board, displaying personal messages such as your favorite sports team or charity organization or advertisement. The goal is not to turn the vehicle into a mobile billboard. The bill is permissive, only authorizing the DMV to do a study. The plates would be totally opt-in and voluntary on the part of the consumer. The idea is nothing new. It's just like the vanity plates that we have in existence currently. The digital plate is something that a motorist would choose to purchase for their vehicle only if they wished to do so. The concerns about whether or not these plates would be a major distraction on the road is well understood. First, while the car is moving or parked, the plates will always resemble a standard license plate, and not unlike the image of what you see on today's automobile. The plate would switch to a digital ad or personal messaging when the vehicle is stopped for more than 4 seconds, whether in traffic or at a red light. The license plate number would remain visible at all times in the upper left-hand corner of the license plate. Secondly, digital electronic license plate technology will use the best research available to eliminate any potential road distractions. All of these concerns would obviously be addressed in a study. The technology also offers other public safety benefits, such as the potential for use for broadcasting Amber Alerts or other emergency information. In short, SB 1453 is an opportunity for the public sector and private sector to work together on developing and assessing innovative and cutting-edge technology. This is the type of partnership that's made our state a leader and trendsetter worldwide. And the bill would offer opportunities for our best and brightest entrepreneurs and researchers to make this vision a reality. This is the type of entrepreneurial spirit that has made California an incubator for creative ideas, and the state has been great in this. With me today is Michael Jordan, not the basketball player, with SmartPlate, who is here as an expert witness to answer any questions you might have on the technology and its potential application.
Hi, I'm Mike Jordan. I'm the CEO of SmartPlate Corporation. We're in support of SB 1553, and I'm here to answer any questions about the technology as it exists today. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other witnesses in support? Witnesses in opposition? Members, questions? Mr. Jeffries.
If I may, to clarify, when the vehicle's moving, the regular plate number is displayed.
That's correct.
When it's parked, or maybe not even parked, just stopped. I mean, there's a difference between stopped and parked. So,
my understanding is when it's stopped,
that is
reverts
correct.
back to the. No, when it's stopped is when
the messaging appears.
shows.
So the vehicle has to be at a complete stop for 4 seconds or longer before messaging would appear. The device has the ability to detect motion in the vehicle, so the moment that the vehicle begins moving again, it reverts back to being
okay. What
a license
does the plate look like when the vehicle is parked, sitting on the side of the road, shut off?
It looks just like a regular license plate.
And is this, and if you could describe to me how this is accomplished, is this like an LED screen? I mean, how do you achieve this transformation from advertising back to the plate?
Sure. Without giving away too much of the secret sauce, the device itself has application processors within it that is actually able to determine what messaging is appropriate to display based on detecting motion in the vehicle.
Okay, without the secret sauce part.
Sorry, I don't mean to be.
Is the original California issued license plate still affixed to the vehicle?
Absolutely. This technology would only be mounted to the rear of the vehicle.
Okay.
Motorists who opt in would still have a front license plate on the vehicle.
Is it over the rear-mounted plate, or is it next to?
It's an alternative to traditional license plates. We have actually been exploring the possibility of including a standard plate, having the display technology over the traditional plate so that you have both plates affixed to your vehicle at all times.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
I guess maybe I need to get to my point, and I apologize for taking so long.
No.
Vehicle's parked on the side of the road, it's shut off. For the moment, the battery's disconnected or there's electrical problem. When a police officer drives by, will he or she be able to see the license plate of the vehicle?
Okay,
with your machine not in operation?
Understood. So the display technology that the plate uses is what's referred, a term of art is called bistable technology. So it's technology, display technology that only doesn't need power to actually display an image, but needs power to actually transform an image into another image. So in the event, like the least case scenario for this device is that it'll behave and function just like a regular vehicle license plate. So if it senses that it's low on power or what have you, it just becomes a regular license plate.
Defaults back to a regular license plate.
It defaults back to a regular license
But
plate.
is it a regular license plate, or is it an electronically generated or some other generated license plate? I guess my point is,
sure.
Is there a potential problem with the electronics or the technology you use that something can go wrong and law enforcement will not be able to see the plate because there has been an electronics or some other mechanism failure?
That's not the way that the device is designed. It's designed to be very sort of fail-safe, and again, it reverts back to being a license plate at its most base functionality. And again, you will have the front license plate as well in the vehicle for.
Okay, one last question, and I'll stop badgering you.
Sure.
Where do you affix your license plate tags that you get from DMV?
The tags are actually a part of the license plate image that is actually wirelessly transmitted to the device. So the idea is that your registration and activation of your plates and your registration will be done over air via secure encrypted communication between the plate and our back-end server infrastructure.
I find this extremely fascinating, and I'd be curious to see how it works out.
And then that's what the study's for, sir. It really is to verify the functionality, the safety, and the revenue generation possibilities. I'm sorry, the investigation of the technology.
Mr. Berryhill.
This is just a study, so this is good. And this is fascinating stuff. Did you say that you could actually, if there was an Amber Alert, that could be flashed on as well?
We're investigating the possibilities of doing emergency broadcasts such as Amber Alerts to the rear
What
of the vehicle.
about investigating the possibility if my car gets stolen and I sign it in, you can say I've been stolen on the back or something like that? Huh?
Well,
it doesn't sound like you're that far away from being able to do something like that.
Well, we understand, for example, that the technology would permit, for example, if the vehicle were in a display mode, if a police vehicle came by or was in the vicinity, it would automatically flash back to the license mode.
That is correct. The plate actually has the capability of detecting the presence of law enforcement as well as first responders. So the idea is that law enforcement will never see messaging on the rear of the vehicle. They always see just regular vehicle identification.
Yeah. Okay. Could you put political signs on these?
Well,
again, that's what I'm thinking.
Good question, Mr. Berryhill. Again, the thought is the messaging would be pre-approved. By the DMV or some other entity. In other words, you couldn't just arbitrarily come up with a message, but it would have to be an approved message.
Yeah.
The difference now, we have vanity plates now that have approved messages. The difference with this technology, there's a possibility of having hundreds to choose from. So an individual could say have his alma mater on, or an organization. Sure. And again, an approved organization that he or she supports.
Terrific.
Not unlike the vanity plate that exists now.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Mr. Nilo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support the bill because it is just a study. It's kind of interesting stuff. I don't have lots of questions about the details because that will come out as a result of the study. I'm somewhat concerned about the study being done and funded by a particular vendor because it potentially gives them an advantage on the eventual contract if there is one. But I'll still approve the bill. The one point that I want to make is given that it's voluntary, I think there would have to be a much more significant reason for people to want to agree with this than just perhaps some choice of advertising. If it is going to raise revenue for the state, I think that anybody who chooses to do this should be allowed the benefit of at least some of that revenue to reduce their license fees. I think from a policy perspective, I think it'd be very important, but from a promotional perspective, it would be too. If you don't get too many takers on this, the advertising will have virtually no value at all, and the program would fail under its own weight. So you'd want to have a significant number of drivers want to do this, and after all, it is their vehicle that is giving the thing the real value, that is moving around. So I would think that the valuable hook would be reduce your registration fees.
Well, again, we think that there could be some revenue sharing opportunities. We think that could also be a part of the study to determine whether or not that makes sense. While this group has been active in promoting it since the bill has been introduced, a number of organizations have come forward expressing interest and an ability. And so I'm confident that the DMV is in a position to be in a position to evaluate, to draw up an RFQ, RFP, to evaluate the proposers, and to do it in a fair way. So it's, I think it's an opportunity for us to embrace some emerging technology, be on the cutting edge, and to achieve some operational efficiencies and some revenue generation. Just for your information, you may be interested to know from just on the vanity plate program, for example, we have one, I think it saves a whale. I've forgotten the exact name of that plate, but we have 125 drivers that have subscribed to that plate, generating $3.8 million for the Coastal Commission. And so we think there is some opportunity there that is worth exploring at least.
Yeah. Senator Price, that's the California whale tail plate, has about 126,000 active owners of that plate who have opted into that program, and generates millions of dollars each year for the California Coastal Commission. There's a lot of revenue that potential out there for other organizations who want to get the word out about their organization, whether it be Boys and Girls Club, Susan B. Komen, just to name a few, or even your favorite sports team. So that is a pretty well understood revenue model for that alternative type of license plate. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Mr. Brown to come up so I could ask a few questions of the CHP. No, he doesn't want to. You don't want to speak. Mr. Brown, if you could let us know what you think some of the challenges might be from the perspective of CHP.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. The Highway Patrol does not have a position on this bill. As the author stated, there are some things that need to be worked out relative to visibility of the plate, security of the network, or what's called a cloud, to transmit information, distracted driving, whether or not operators in adjacent lanes, their attention is going to be drawn away from their driving abilities, lighting, and the ability to send messages, who has control to that access. So those are some of the things that the author has already expressed, and those are some of the concerns that we have.
Thank you very much. Would you like to close, Mr. Price?
Again, you know, when the state is faced with the budget challenges that we have, you know, I think we all want to try to identify some, think outside of the box, identifying potential sources of revenue, but also potential operational efficiencies. Digital license plates provide that promise. We're not sure. The bill merely authorizes a study that would be funded by the private sector. I think the state has experience in managing contracts that are paid for by others. I think that they could do this in a very transparent and effective way, at least providing some additional information for this body as to whether or not it's a policy we want to move forward on, and I would respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price. I want to thank you for thinking outside the box, and certainly for thinking of revenue sources, but because of the operational questions that were brought up by both members and CHP representative, and also because the governor had said he would not sign it, I cannot make a recommendation on this bill, so I will be staying off.
Madam Chair, just to correct, my understanding is the governor did make a statement about the license plate in the same breath as the budget not being passed, and I think that was his main focus, was the budget, not this particular technology. Indeed, we've been having discussions with the governor's office, and they are intrigued with it, as many are, and we think that he would eventually support it should it pass.
Thank you.
I'll move approval.
Madam Secretary, could you call the roll?
The motions to pass is amended to appropriations. Lowenthal. Jeffries.
Aye.
Jeffries, aye. Bill Berryhill. Berryhill, aye. Blumenfield. Buchanan. Ing. Furutani. Galgiani. Hayashi. Miller. Nilo. Nilo, aye. Norby. Portantino. Solorio. Solorio, aye. That's 4-0. The bill's on call.
4-0. Your bill is on call.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, members.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Our next bill is Senate Bill 965. Senator DeSagne.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Did I tell you what a brilliant staff you had? Yeah. And I don't have any secret sauce. Madam Chair and members, SB 965 is a bill that will help us to expend the $2.25 billion in federal funds that the administration's made available for the High-Speed Rail Authority. It also provides for what we think is very good oversight, requiring a report to the legislature and also requiring peer review of the funds as they go through and match with other funding sources. We've been working with Assemblymember Galgiani to work with her on a similar bill that she has that we think complements this bill so that we can get this through, get it to the governor, and get as many people working on high-speed rail with the appropriate oversight. And with that, we would ask for your aye vote. It's had bipartisan support, not completely, but some bipartisan support, and has no opposition. And with that, go to our sponsor and supporters.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. Paul Bauer with Mercury on behalf of Trans-Bay Joint Powers Authority. We do support the bill. We appreciate all the work that the Senator's staff and your staff have done to make this bill ready to go. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments from members? Motion, second. Looks like a great bill, and we certainly need to hear how the expenses are going. So I appreciate the bill, and you'll have my support.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you like to close?
Respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Would you please call the roll?
The motions do pass to appropriations. Lowenthal.
Aye.
Lowenthal, aye. Jeffries.
Aye.
Jeffries, aye. Bill Berryhill. Berryhill, aye. Blumenfield. Buchanan. Buchanan, aye. Ing. Furutani. Galgiani. Hayashi. Miller. Miller, aye. Nilo. Nilo, aye. Norby. Portantino. Solorio. 6-0. The bill's on
6-0. Your bill is on call. And could you now present Senate Bill 1445?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 1445 is my latest attempt to do better local and regional planning, transportation, and land use planning. There's really two aspects to the bill. One is to allow for more representation on the Planning Advisory and Assistance Council as they work with the Strategic Growth Council. So we put local elected officials on that group, and then we add people from the Air Resources Board and CTC and from HCD so that you have a better, more comprehensive discussion about the interaction between transportation and land use. And then the second part has been the more difficult of this, is try to identify funding for COGS and MPOs actually to do the planning required for them under SB 375. Last year we had a bill that would allow the MPOs to raise the vehicle license fee by up to $3 to do that planning and also to administer the Planning Assistance Council that I just referenced. It was vetoed by the governor and also had some opposition. So, for instance, Sandag did not think it was a good idea, and both Sandag and the veto message from the governor said that he didn't want a patchwork, or they didn't want a patchwork piece of legislation as they tried to implement SB 375. So we changed that. We lowered the amount to try to be sensitive to the concerns of many people about the cost of doing the fee to $1, and then this bill would make it statewide. So we were trying to be responsive. I know that some members, both sides of the aisle, don't look at fees as something, and particularly in this economic environment, as something that they want to vote for, and I would agree with that. I just think that as SB 375 comes down and the important work in that landmark piece of legislation, that the regional agencies really need to have the funding to do their due diligence and do the proper planning, and this is as close as we could get to something that we believe does have a nexus and a relationship, and actually will lead to less out-of-pocket expenses for the average Californian when we have a more thoughtful energy and land use and transportation policy. So with that, I will turn it over to Rusty Seelix, who's representing CalCog, who is a sponsor of the bill.
Thank you. Rusty Seelix, California Association of Councils of Governments. This is necessary funding to carry out a mandated planning program, and as the Senator indicated, this planning will help manage transportation demand in a way that will reduce future transportation costs and reduce congestion in a way that far outweighs the cost of this fee. So it's a good value for motorists.
Michael Arnold, representing the Association of Bay Area Governments, strongly in support of this measure. If we really do want to address vehicle miles traveled and reduce vehicle miles traveled and help air pollution, we need to do some planning, and we need to fund that planning effort, and so we're strongly in support of this measure.
Thank you. Other witnesses in support?
Rebecca Long with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. Madam Chair and members, we're in strong support of the bill. We believe that we absolutely need a funding source to implement this, purpose.
Please state your name and affiliation.
Good afternoon. Connie Galippi here on behalf of Tree People and California Relief in support if amended.
Thank you.
Reed Addis on behalf of the California Infill Builders Association in support if amended.
Bonnie Holmes-Jem with the American Lung Association in California, pleased to give our strong support for this bill.
Steve Wallach on behalf of the Alameda County Congestion Management Agency and the Alameda County Transportation Improvement Authority, also in support.
And Tina Angeline with the Planning and Conservation League in support.
Dan Cobb, Union Concerned Scientist. We urge support for the bill.
Thank you very much. Opposition?
Madam Chair and members, Brian Moss with the California New Car Dealers Association. We have an oppose unless amended position. We consistently come before you and many committees of the legislature opposing additional vehicle registration fee increases unless the voters in the jurisdiction who are going to pay more have the opportunity to say so. And this bill doesn't allow the voters to make that call, and for that reason we're opposed.
Gene Urban on behalf of the Alliance of Automobile Manufacturers. We're opposed because we're sick and tired of owners and operators of vehicles having to pay for everything. We believe that new vehicles have contributed and will contribute in the future to both air pollution emission reductions and greenhouse gas emission reductions. We have to go to 35 miles CAFE standard. You don't just snap your finger and do that. All sorts of fancy equipment is involved, and it's going to cost money. Vehicle owners and operators will pay for that. Now they're being asked to pay yet another dollar. We don't do this lightly. There are examples in state government, believe it or not, where a dollar is wasted. Brian Moss and I, 2 years ago, spent an inordinate amount of time working with the Speaker, Mr. Nunez, passing a $1 vehicle registration fee as part of AB 118 for the purpose of creating an enhanced vehicle retirement program at CARB. Since that time, they've been collecting the fee. They have now collected between $50 and $60 million. How many cars have been retired? The answer is zero, none. So there's $50 or $60 million that have been collected, $1 at a time, just like this bill proposes, and we have absolutely nothing to show for it, even though everyone agrees that vehicle retirement is a great way to reduce air quality emissions and greenhouse gas reductions. So we're opposed. And then lastly, I just want to note, and Mr. DeSaulnier heard all of this morning, so you get a reduced price for admission this time. There's another bill on the other side that would charge $4. So as we sit here, we see sort of fee inflation. It's remarkable. One house is voting for $1, and the other house is considering $4 for the exact same programs. The words in the bill are identical. So what is it? Is it $1, $2, $3, $4? We're opposed. We're opposed until we're confident the money will be spent well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other people in opposition to this bill? If not, are there members with questions? Yes, Mr. Nilo.
No questions. Comment, following up on Mr. Urban's ending statement that they're opposed unless or until. I'd cut the statement off at that point. If the case can be made, a vote of the people would be the way to do that. And if the people would approve and you make the case, happy days for you and your cause. But if you can't, which I think that the case would be, in this case, difficult to make. So I can't support the bill for that reason.
Any other questions? If not, would you like to close, Mr. DeSaulnier?
No, any day where I can hear Gene Urban take an opposed position and never use any hyperbole against my bill is twice, and one day is a lucky day. So I'd respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you very much. I'm a big supporter of SB 375. It's a blueprint for the future. So many places that I go in my district, all those regional planning organizations need the means to provide the studies, and it costs money for those studies, and this is one way to get it to them. So I'm a supporter, and we need a motion, and I would move your bill, but I'm not sure there's a second here at the moment. We'll put it on call till we get some others here. And you have one more bill?
I do, for Senator Wiggins.
Yes.
It's SB 1418, and this authorizes existing local option fee increase to improve the operation and safety of state highways. Specifically, it authorizes an increase from $1 to $2 in the annual motor vehicle registration fee on vehicles registered in a county with a service authority for freeways and expressways, or SAFE programs. The goal of the SAFE program, as I'm sure many of you know, that is now almost 25 years old, is to maintain a motorist aid system to keep freeways clear of hazards, respond quickly to incidents, and minimize the traffic congestion that can result. Roughly half of the traffic congestion on our highways is due not only to too many cars being on the road at the same time, but to accidents, debris, or other hazards. That's why SAFE funds are so critical. There are 18 SAFEs formed statewide, over 15,000 call boxes. The need for this bill is that over time, the $1 spent for this very valuable, successful program has been insufficient to keep and maintain the call boxes and maintain the infrastructure for the responders. Many rural areas don't have the ability to keep these up. And in spite of cell phones, there's still a need for these because of the pockets, particularly in rural areas, where people don't get service. So we would ask for your aye vote. Again, I know these are difficult because they are fees, but this has been a very successful program for everyone, and it uses an existing fee, and we're basically just bringing it up in terms of the cost of living over the time, the 25 years of these programs. So with that, I will turn it over to our witnesses in support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members, with me I have Albert Yee. He's the Director of MTC's Highway and Arterial Operations, who's an expert in this program.
Good afternoon, Chair Lowenthal, committee members. My name is, as Rebecca said, is Albert Yee. I'm the Director of Highway and Arterial Operations at MTC. I also worked for Caltrans for 25 years, where I was the Deputy Director of Traffic Operations for the Bay Area Office of Caltrans at District 4. At MTC, similar to our role at Caltrans, our fundamental task is pretty simple: to find the most cost-effective solutions to relieving traffic congestion. The bill before you for consideration will play a key role in achieving that goal, and is vital importance to the service authorities for freeways and expressways throughout the state. In urban areas, traffic incidents are a major cause of traffic congestion, up to 1/2 of all congestion by some estimates. This is due to anything from a big rig overturning and blocking all the lanes on a freeway to someone that's simply running out of gas. To give you a sense of the magnitude of the problem, we did a study on Interstate 880 near the Port of Oakland in the Bay Area, where we found that over a 5-year period, there were less than a half dozen days in which no incidents occurred. So traffic incidents are a way of life that happen every day, everywhere. Not only is the sheer amount of congestion caused by these events a problem, they also affect trip reliability and productivity. This is felt by assembly lines having to shut down when delivery trucks can't get there on time, or the average commuter who has to pad their travel time every day because something might happen on their trip. The types of projects that will be funded from this bill directly address these problems and are also some of the most cost-effective solutions available. Roving tow trucks through the FSP program have a statewide cost-effective cost-benefit ratio of 6-to-1. We also have low-cost technology projects that directly address these problems as well, and we're committed to maintaining a viable call box network to assist disabled motorists. However, we also recognize that call boxes are no longer the tool of choice for most motorists, and we need to have the full toolbox available for us to relieve traffic congestion. Finally, this bill would also grant authority to MTC to install call boxes in state and federal parks, and this provision simply allows us to say yes where park officials request our help in installing call boxes in locations where there's no phone service.
Thank you. Any other witness in support?
Madam Chair, members, Steve Schneid representing Santa Cruz County Regional Transportation Commission. This is a very effective program. I've been the beneficiary of it myself on the freeway. I remember when it was first created in 1986. I actually did the analysis of it on the other side. It is a worthy program. It's evolving now to meet the new technology available. It's going to be even more effective. We urge your strong aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in support? If not, witnesses in opposition, please come forward.
I'd buy a car from you, I'm not sure.
Mr. Moss.
Madam Chair, members, Brian Moss with the California New Car Dealers Association. Different author, same concern. Additional dollar fee without a vote of the people. We remain opposed.
Mr. Urban.
On behalf of the Alliance of Automobile Manufacturers, we're opposed. I'd like to make just 2 comments. This bill permits a callback system plus freeway service patrol, mobile roadside assistance systems, intelligent transportation systems, incident management programs and coordination, traveler information system programs, and support for traffic operation centers. I think we should make it $20 or $25 right now. I mean, that's the whole system just about. I mean, where's the limitations? Why just $1 additional dollar? This is extraordinary. And then lastly, there is a provision in this bill that I have a lot of private clients who want. Under this program, the Department of the California Highway Patrol has 60 days in which to prove a plan, and if they don't do it within 60 days, it's deemed approved. That's really convenient that one agency in government gets a deemed approved clause while no one else anywhere near government can ever get that. I would suggest this is both fiscally imprudent and just bad public policy. We're opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition? If not, comments from members. Mr. Nilo.
I guess I could substitute my comments from the last bill, but the Freeway Service Patrol program is a good program. It's highly visible. the case can probably be made to the voters on this one, maybe narrowing it down as was suggested by Mr. Urban. You could get it done that way, but I can't support it this way.
Would you like to close, Mr. DeSagne?
Just on behalf of Senator Wiggins, respectfully ask for an aye vote when the time comes.
Thank you very much. I believe this is a very effective strategy on our roads. As a former member of a transportation commission, I have seen firsthand how well they operate, so I'll be supporting it and recommending an aye vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members.
And I would make the motion. Oh, okay. Could you call the roll, please?
The motion's to pass to appropriations. Lowenthal?
Aye.
Lowenthal, aye. Jeffries?
No.
Jeffries, no. Bill Berryhill? Blumenfield? Buchanan? Ing? Bertani? Galgiani? Hayashi? Miller? Miller, no. Nilo? Nilo, no. Norby? Portantino? Solorio? Solorio, aye.
2 to 3, your bill is on call.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Simidian. Haven't I seen you recently?
Madam Chair and members, we spent some quality time together last week.
Yes, we did.
Following the discussion on this measure, SB 1362, the chair and the committee staff were kind enough to make themselves available at length in a follow-up conversation or series of conversations. As a result, we ended up with what I would characterize as 10 significant amendments. You'll find them on page 4 of your committee analysis, so I won't reiterate them. I think we have managed to salvage a bill that still makes some meaningful progress while addressing at least the most significant concerns as a result of these 10 amendments. I think I'd rather just respectfully ask for an aye vote after saying thank you once again to the chair and staff who really did make themselves available to see if we couldn't get to yes, and I'm hopeful that we have.
Thank you. And witnesses in support of your amended bill.
Thank you. I'm Deputy Zennon Porch, and I run the red light camera program in the city of West Hollywood, and I've been doing that for the past 10 years. I've issued approximately 175,000 citations. By the end of this year, I will have handled 9,000 red light camera trials. Out of those 9,000 red light camera trials, it's yielded approximately 25 appeals from the Los Angeles County Court of Appeals, which is pretty unprecedented. I'm sure you all heard about the latest Orange County decision. That it was a published decision which basically said the officer's testimony was insufficient, and they basically threw out the evidence. Just for information, I'm one of the only officers that I know of that has been able to pass the appellate challenge, and I've done it 5 times for 5 different cases. And just for information, the only reason I do that is basically we applied the principles in the city of West Hollywood that the Senator Simidian is attempting to push through SB 1362 in regards to managing a program. We've been doing that well before this bill came into play. And whether the bill passes or not, there's still there's an evidence code that must be dealt with. Okay, the evidence code, regardless if in order to get past the evidence code, you have to come up with an articulable management style, and you have to be able to articulate that to the court. That's the only way you're going to get past the appellate level, and that's what 1362 attempts to do here, and that's what AB 1022 has also done. Also, I'd like to bring to this committee's attention is the fact that these are, just because these are automated citations, it changes nothing. These are considered crimes not committed in your presence. Only those who can take action, make a determination that this crime has occurred and take action are those that find in 830.1 or 830.2 of the Penal Code. That's it. That's where...
Wrapping up.
Okay. That's where all the 30 section. That's where the 30 section comes from. The vehicle code does not authorize any degree of police power, as some would suggest is allocated by 40518A of the vehicle code. And then, of course, I'm referring to that section regarding qualified employee of a law enforcement agency. The vehicle code does not do that. Only the penal code can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other witnesses in support? Witnesses in opposition?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. Dorothy Holzman with the League of California Cities. We currently are registered in support, but are encouraged by the amendments the author is considering and has been suggested by the committee. We do have a few additional concerns, however, that I just wanted to address, but I feel that with a few technical changes, they could be clarified. In regards to the Judicial Council annual report that is required, one item that is requested is the number of paid citations issued by that city. Unfortunately, the cities just don't have this data. The courts are the ones that receive and process the payments, and then the courts would provide information to the city. So we feel the city should be removed from this reporting process, as they do not have the original information. Also, we have a little concern about the requirement for collision data to be provided on an annual basis. It's very vague and broad, and further, cities just simply don't have all the information on all collisions reported, either if they don't meet the significant injury requirement to be reported to local law enforcement. It may be reported to the SWITR system that the CHP maintains. Again, this is just a broad, vague requirement, and we'd ask that greater specificity be requested or that this be dropped. I won't go into the real technical details that we are looking at regarding the investigational notices and also the finding of fact requests, but again, we look forward to continuing working with the committee and appreciate the author's consideration of these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Christopher Boyd. I'm the Chief of Police in the city of Citrus Heights here in Sacramento County. I'm here representing the California Police Chiefs Association. I would just add, excuse me, a few points to my colleague here, specifically referring to Subdivision 8 of Section 1 of the bill, requiring local governments and red light camera manufacturers to report various data to the Judicial Council, as was mentioned. There are really the last three data elements that I wanted to address. Again, the number and percentage of citations that are paid, the number and percentage of citations that are dismissed, and the number of traffic collisions at each intersection that have occurred prior to and after the installation of the automated traffic enforcement system. The first two data elements are kept by the courts, and the third is not attainable for several reasons. So we would concur with that point, or I would concur with my colleague on that point. The strongest point for the police chiefs in California is the subdivision C2F of Section 1 of the bill that requires the investigational notice. This is this notice issue. It states in a clear and prominent fashion. So this is sending a notice to the registered owner of a vehicle, if that's not the driver, in a clear and prominent fashion. The registered owner is not required to provide that information, and that failure to prove that information shall not result in any adverse action or relieve the registered owner of alleged automated traffic enforcement system violator of any responsibility or liability associated with the alleged violation. There's really no other section of law and law enforcement investigations where this would apply. It's confusing. It'll increase uncertainty in enforcement, and the first half of the underlying portion of the provision seems inconsistent with the second half. So it's for these reasons that the California Police Chiefs Association still stands in opposition to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition? If not, are there comments from members? Yes, Ms. Buchanan.
Question: has the League of Cities removed its opposition?
We still are in opposition, but pending the receipt or finalization of these amendments, we will reconsider that.
Yeah.
Did you want to say anything else? No? Yeah, Mr. Simitian, I appreciate all the work that you've done with us on this bill. I guess, would you like to make a comment regarding their concerns?
Yes, a couple comments, members. First, they're always going to be nervous because they're always going to want unfettered ability to issue these tickets without any restrictions whatsoever. I'm trying to make it possible for them to issue the tickets, but to do that with respect for accuracy, privacy, and due process. We've taken 10 amendments that your committee staff gave us so that we could respect the concerns that were raised in the last hearing. Let's go to the remaining concerns. One set of the primary set of concerns that I heard from both folks who spoke was about providing data. Let me be very clear. We don't want them to provide data that they don't have and can't get. I think those issues are issues that we can work on going forward. My commitment would be to work with the chair and her staff to clarify those issues. Some of the information that was referenced, however, I believe is available from the vendors, and the vendors are agents of the city. So if that information is available, we want to be able to get that information to the Judicial Council so that the next time we're having a debate or a discussion in these chambers, we're all doing that based on some information. But again, it is not our intent to ask for information that they don't have and can't get, and in fact, we revised the language specifically at the direction of your committee chair and staff to get there. The other issue goes to the very important language that goes in a traffic violation notice. They're not required to put that language in the document unless they choose to send the document. What has been happening is the contractors are sending out a document which looks like an official legal document, but is in fact simply a notice from a private contractor, and has in some cases, want to underscore that, some cases taken liberties with the language and has not simply implied but said out loud, if you don't fill out the whole form, including identifying who that person is, you're guilty whether it's you or not. You're going to get the ticket. And we've simply said that we want people to know that they are not obligated under law to identify somebody who they may not know or may not wish to identify without putting themselves at jeopardy. That's simply not the law in California. That's the language we've got there. Now, the additional language that the officer indicated he thought was perhaps confusing was put there at your committee staff's specific request in consultation with the chair, because the chair and the committee staff, I thought, reasonably said, we do want to make it clear that you're still not relieved of whatever obligations you have as an owner. So it was simply an attempt to soften the language a little bit and to make sure that people understood they still had the obligations of a vehicle owner, but while making it clear that if you chose, and this is a choice the contractors make working with their cities, if you chose to send that notice out, you couldn't use the notice as essentially an opportunity to coerce someone into identifying the person in the picture who might not be them. That's it. Happy to keep working with the folks who are here on the issues about the reporting language, though. I think those ought to be resolvable satisfactorily.
Thank you very much. And perhaps that would take away the opposition of the league as long as those reporting requirements are met. Is that right? I see you nodding.
We'd love to see the specific language and how it's worded. I think it might just be sort of a ticky-tacky technical fix.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Norby.
I've sat on city councils and I've voted for red light cameras in my city of Fullerton, and I believe that they have a purpose, and I think they have an important purpose. There are always potentials for abuse with anything, but there are potentials for abuse when a police officer pulls you over for speeding or running a red light as well. They shouldn't be done purely to generate revenue, but as motorists know they're there, they do abide by the law more. I mean, when you see somebody running a red light at Chapman and Harbor and Fullerton, and there's a little flash of light that goes off, I mean, the other motorists know that that person will be ticketed. There's a lot of driver frustration. I think it goes toward especially unresponsive traffic signals. If you know you're going to be stuck for a minute or two behind that unresponsive red light arrow and you're not going to be able to move, you're going to fudge, and you're going to fudge a lot, and people do that, and that's why the cameras are there. So I think part of the solution is not just these, it's more responsive traffic lights. Many cities have pioneered the use of the, is it called the protected permissive flashing yellow. So you may get that green arrow, but after the green arrow is over, you'll still get that flashing yellow, so you can make that left turn if it's safe to do so. And through computerization, we have to make our traffic lights more responsive, and that'll be part of this. I don't know that all these things are necessary. I think that if they are, they can be done at the local level, because none of these traffic mechanisms can go in unless a duly elected city council can approves it. And if they are issues and if there are abuses, believe me, they will be issues in city council campaigns, because I've seen cities where they have been issues. And while I'm open-minded to certain things at the state level, I think that perhaps this is better handled at a local level. I know there's a visceral, emotional, and part of it's based on logic, reaction against any kind of camera device. We saw it here when there was a bill for street sweepers to take pictures of people who are parking illegally on street sweeping day, to ticket them mechanically rather than have a police officer do it. And there was a reaction to that as well, because when you start taking pictures of people's cars, they get nervous. But those cars are on public streets. These cars are on public streets. And whether a person sees you do it and writes you a ticket, or a camera takes a picture on a public street, may be a distinction without a difference. So I appreciate these concerns. I'm not sure if I'm ready to vote for all this, because I've seen it work at the local level. I've seen abuses at the local level, and I think perhaps that's better where it ought to be handled, since we do have 450 cities, and they each may have different policies regarding that, and all those people are responsive to their voters in ways that maybe we're not up here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, if I may, I just wanted to respond briefly by saying I too served on a local city council. In fact, I spent 17 years in local government before I got here at 3 different levels, so I am always mindful of the need, in my view, to make sure that we provide the flexibility for local folks to make local choices about local needs. That being said, we have a statewide vehicle code, and we want to, out of fairness to motorists who move between and among various jurisdictions, make sure that there is uniform application. It's the reason we protect people against speed traps, as an example. I want to be very clear. I do not oppose red light cameras. Those of you who've worked with me know that if I did, I wouldn't be shy about saying I oppose red light cameras. In the 10 years I've been here, I think I have voted for every authorization for a red light camera or automated enforcement that's come through the building. But I do think that when we authorize that automated enforcement, we ought to make sure that there are certain procedural safeguards there, still allowing local folks to make the choice about whether or not they think it is appropriate in a particular venue or at all. So I'm hopeful that we found the sweet spot here, and if I haven't earned your support today, Assemblymember, I hope I'll earn it as the bill moves forward and in the coming days and weeks.
If I could follow up, Madam Chair, I know there's some concern that people have about a short yellow cycle. I believe the yellow cycle is set by law. It has to be a minimum of a certain number of seconds. It can go up to, well, what is that again? If you can answer, any one of our experts can answer.
My bill does not speak to that issue at all. My understanding
it doesn't,
is
but for an informational.
3 seconds. And let me just confirm with staff. 3 seconds? Minimum.
3 to 5, or is there a maximum? Okay, because some of the yellow cycles are long. You stop for the yellow and it's still yelling. Gee, I could still make this thing. But people are concerned that there may be unnecessarily shortened cycles on those, which we want to be mindful of as well. I'm sorry I wasn't here for the whole discussion, but this is something we're all experts in, since we're all drivers, aren't we?
Well, and the reason I brought the officer, and I appreciate him coming from Southern California, is because I wanted you to hear from someone who was making it work today using these very same kinds of protections in their local procedures.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other comments, appreciate working with you, Mr. Samiti, and thank you for taking all of the recommendations to improve the bill. And it's clear you're going to continue the conversation for the finer points, so I'm going to recommend support.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Could you close, please?
You've heard enough. I asked for an aye vote.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion? It's been moved and second do passed as amended.
Stu passes amended to appropriations. Lowenthal?
Aye.
Lowenthal, aye. Jeffries? Berryhill? Blumenfield, Buchanan, Ing, Furtani, Furtani, I, Galgiani, Hayashi, Miller, Miller, no, Nilo, Nilo, I, Norby, Norby, I, Portantino, Solorio, Solorio, I. 5-1, it's on call.
5-1, Mr. Smitty, and your bill is on call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again to you and
Thank
your staff
you.
and all the members who have been very patient on this issue.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Miller, I know you've been waiting all afternoon to present your bill. Mr. Miller, before you present on your bill, I'd like to make a few comments.
Absolutely.
First, as we all know, this is a very difficult issue. It's been a long time in the making. It stems, frankly, from the fact that we have not been funding our infrastructure needs. So, of course, we find ourselves increasingly reliant on tolling and private resources, and on the imperatives of the private investors who fund these projects. So this kind of conflict that can mean the difference between employment and unemployment for a lot of people is what we buy ourselves when we fail to pay for public infrastructure. Now, to the bill at hand. I've really struggled with this. I had hoped for an agreement between the stakeholders, and sadly, no such agreement was reached. So let me be perfectly clear. I'm not taking sides. I have one goal and one goal only: get that project moving and get 18,000 people working on that job. Mr. Miller, I've committed to you today that I'm supporting this bill, and I'm certainly supporting the employment that it represents. I know you have a long road ahead of you, and I look forward to the spirited debates sure to come. Please present your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I truly appreciate your comments, commitment, and willing to work with me and our staff and all the supporters of this bill. SB 2098 gives RCTC, the Riverside County Transportation Commission, direct statutory authority to implement the State Highway 91 Capital Improvement Project using the best value design-build method of procurement. And before I get into the specifics, I'd just like to share that the sole reason that I got into public life 10 years ago, a decade ago, was because I was one of those commuters traveling on the 91 freeway through the city of Corona to my business in Orange County. And it took individuals to get involved to generate improvements along this corridor that not only helped the 200,000 plus commuters every day trying to get to their jobs in Orange County and LA County, but frankly it was a benefit to the businesses that were the recipients of the workforce that was desperately needed out of the Inland Empire. And so today what you have in front of you is a bill that, in my opinion, frankly, culminates a decade's worth of work. And it exemplifies a project that will make a huge difference in everybody's life. The project itself is $1.3 billion. It adds 6 lanes through the 91 freeway, through the city I live in, the city of Corona, and through Riverside. It generates 18,000 to 20,000 blue-collar jobs. It is the largest transportation project in the last quarter century since the construction of the east span of the Bay Bridge. The uniqueness about the project is that it's privately financed. It doesn't use any state dollars. We don't have to raise taxes to fund this project. It doesn't take money away from Long Beach or San Francisco or San Diego, from those geographical areas to fund this project. It doesn't need a CEQA exemption, which we've seen over the years. Large projects that have come through our body have asked for certain types of CEQA and environmental exceptions, and this doesn't do that. RCTC, the Riverside County Transportation Commission, accepts full financial responsibility of the project. And I think that's why some of the opponents and proponents have continued to have negotiations. And hopefully, with approval of today's committee's vote, we will continue to negotiate, as the chair indicated, and hopefully come to an agreement that will allow this project to be built. With that, I ask for your aye vote and introduce my witnesses.
Thank you. This
You may know.
familiar witness in support.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor John Benoit, Riverside County. And I'm pleased to be here today to offer testimony before my former colleagues here in the Assembly as a member of the Riverside County Board of Supervisors and also a member of the Riverside County Transportation Commission. Riverside County is one of the fastest growing and most vibrant areas in the state. And like the counties many of you represent, Riverside County is a self-help county where we have twice approved half-cent sales tax initiatives because we recognize the need for construction and maintenance of our highways, and we like having local control and the ability to do these things. AB 2098's passage is needed to expand the 91 freeway, one of the state's most congested freeways. It is the inland workforce's only way to employment opportunities in Orange and Los Angeles counties from many areas of our Riverside County. This $1.3 billion locally funded highway project will be the largest since the Bay Bridge. This project's complexity is of the highest order. 6 interchanges, general purpose, as well as tolled express lanes, which will pay for this project in an 11-mile stretch from Orange Riverside County line to the city of Riverside. 16, 18, 20,000 jobs are on the line. But none of this will be possible without design-build authority. Traditional design-bid-build will not work. Design-build ensures that the $1.3 billion in local funds that are readily available, we're there, we're ready, under the control of local government, will get this job done while accelerating job creation, congestion relief, and air quality improvement benefits. If we are denied design-build authority, we will face the following consequences. The project and its 18,000 jobs associated with it will be delayed at a minimum 3 to 5 years. It is unlikely that the RCTC will be able to obtain federal innovative financing loan guarantees. RCTC will be unable to sell revenue bonds, our own local revenue source already authorized by this legislature, due to our inability to provide cost and schedule certainty, which would be available under the design bid process. 18,000 jobs are at stake, including many union jobs, 166 person years of work for Caltrans employees, reimbursement and maintenance and enforcement responsibilities for the CHP and Caltrans. In a period where the Inland Empire is facing unemployment rates in the range of 12%, this is an ideal opportunity to create work and deliver infrastructure at a discount for taxpayers. The professional engineers in California government have alleged that this bill would give RCTC unfettered authority without state oversight. Let's be clear. RCTC has offered to allow up to 2/3 of the inspection jobs to go to Caltrans, a majority of the inspection work. In no way does this bill strip our oversight responsibility. RCTC is a public agency with public employees, public meetings. As a commissioner, I am accountable, as are all my colleagues. We are responsible to keep taxpayers of Riverside County's promise. This project will keep District 8 running, and RCTC has been in fair negotiations working hard to make it happen with the full support of the Caltrans District 8 director and our local Caltrans colleagues. When I worked in this building, we talked a lot about jobs. 18,000 jobs means a lot to our region right now, and it will not happen unless we are able to move this project forward with design build. We're willing to offer up to 100% of the inspection process as a part of our position here today. We need just two things in response from PEG. Drop the opposition to this bill and commit to not filing a suit that would create uncertainty and not allow the project to move forward. We'd like to get those 18,000 people back to work. We would respectfully request your support in doing that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Supervisor.
Thank you.
Next witness in support.
I'm Karen Spiegel, the mayor of the city of Corona, and almost 95% of this design build project is through our city. It crawls right through Corona, and that's why we call it the Corona Crawl. By the year 2040, Riverside County will be doubling. If it's bad now, I don't foresee the state of California able to fix the problem by the year 2040. As mayor of Corona, our constituents are the heart of this project. Local is important, and that is why we have stepped up and put local dollars for this project. $1.3 billion of local monies that we have somehow managed to work to get a problem that is not just Corona's problem, but it is a county. And actually, it is a Southern California problem. This can actually be viewed as an extension of the 91 express lanes. It's a very successful project in Orange County. OCTA worked very hard to get that project going, and this is an extension going into Riverside County. We have a partnership, OCTA, with RCTC. The two counties work together. I sit on a couple of the committees with the Riverside Orange Corridor Authority and the SR 91 Advisory and several other organizations because we believe in partnership and working together. Success is really advantage for all of us. The SR 91 is a national model for congestion management. We need to continue this. We're over 3 years into the environmental review. A construction management firm has been hired. Property owners are already coming to us to participate. That's a good sign that this is something that the community wants. A significant amount of work and dollars have been expended. When we talk about public oversight, again, I need to reiterate that RCTC is a public agency governed by 31 elected officials who have oversight and responsibility. We have Caltrans District 8 Director as a member of our governing board. There is oversight, there's public employees involved, and so we need to have support, and we're asking today to have your support so this project can be a benefit for all of Southern California. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two witnesses in support. Are there other people in support? Give us your name and affiliation.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Todd Bloomstein on behalf of the Southern California Contractors Association in support. Two quick figures, if I may. The construction industry is in dire straits right now. Since 2005, it's lost 366,000 jobs statewide. Since 2005, also, we've lost 38% reduction in public works spending, down $10 billion we've lost. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Others in support? Give us
Madam
your name.
Chair, I'm Phil Vermeulen representing the engineering contractors and the Flasher Barricade Association, strongly in support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Jose Mejia, California State Council of Labor, is in strong support for all the earlier comments being made. Taking into consideration, obviously, that our industry right now, as was mentioned earlier, our organization is roughly at about 30 to 34% unemployed.
Mr. Mejia, we already had two people in support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Tim Kremens, operating engineers, representing a very large portion of the construction workers who would perform this project, also some of the surveyors who would be doing the work also, but also the public employees at Caltrans doing the maintenance on this project in full support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Joe Cruz on behalf of the California Alliance for Jobs in strong support.
Madam Chair, Danny Curtin with the California Conference of Carpenters. Thank you very much for your remarks. This is a complicated problem. And to my friends on the Democratic side, we look forward to working this out with you as well. We support this bill wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moira Top on behalf of the Orange County Transportation Authority in strong support.
Thank you.
And Dave Ackerman representing Associated General Contractors in support.
Noel Maddock with CH2M Hill also in support.
Anyone else in support? Witnesses in opposition? Were you?
Is that one not working? Mark Smith on behalf of the American Council of Engineering Companies. Again, I'm in that weird position this afternoon. I seem to find myself in quite a lot today. We support the project. We support design build. Our organization has sponsored legislation in this area in the past, and we believe that the LAO has done thorough analyses of these types of projects. We've implemented them successfully. However, we are also the organization that's responsible for the passage of Proposition 35, which precludes the legislature from making decisions over the use of public versus private engineers for, among other things, construction inspection services. Now, I understand that RCTC may be considering a proposal to provide some of those, or to provide some of that work to PEG. That is a concern to us. Obviously, RCTC has the authority underneath Article 22 of the Constitution to make appropriate decisions as it sees fit as the lead agency. We would just strongly encourage that those decisions be made in conjunction and conform with Proposition 35. We have successfully litigated this issue twice to the Supreme Court level in the past, and we will not hesitate to litigate a third time. And of course, litigation means project delay and additional expense. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you. Witnesses in opposition?
Madam Chair, members, Ted Toppin for the Professional Engineers in California Government. Obviously in opposition. Let me say I'm a little frustrated to be here today. It was just 16 months ago where in a grand budget compromise, 30 design build projects were forced into statute. That includes 10 state highway projects. Just to repeat, PEG opposes design build because it eliminates competitive bidding and denies taxpayers the best price on public works. It also customarily eliminates public oversight and inspection and allows the inspection function to be done by consultants inspecting other private consultants, and that does not serve public safety. The inspection function is to ensure that taxpayers get what they pay for and a project stands the test of time, and design build does not assure that. With that, of those 10 projects that were approved for state highways in the budget compromise 16 months ago, RCTC is eligible to go forward with this project under the parameters provided there. But it is clear that with this bill that they do not want to comply with the law. And the piece of the law that they most substantially would prefer not to comply with is the piece that the Department of Transportation does the inspection on the state highway system for construction. Again, universally, when you poll it, voters, taxpayers, others support public inspection by the department to ensure that money is well spent, it's safe, and that it stands the test of time. This is not a function. It is an inherently governmental function that should not be outsourced. So it is possible for them to go forward. All they have to do is comply with the law. I would be happy to discuss further with them, as we have in the past, how they can do that. I urge you to reject this bill and tell them that they got their design build authority. Now make it work. I mean, the law is clear. Comply with the law. The only purpose for this legislation is to get outside of that agreement and to have design build on their terms and their terms alone. I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Other witnesses in opposition? I believe there are some comments and questions from members.
Yes.
Ms. Galgiani.
I too want to see the bill go forward because I want to see the jobs that are going to be created, but I share the concern that's raised about ensuring that we have oversight over the public spending. And this issue did come up with high-speed rail in the Assembly Bill 3034, and the whole issue of whether language would comply with Prop 35 or if it wouldn't also came up. And the way that we addressed that to ensure the public oversight at that time is we added language that I can read to you, and then I have an amendment that I would ask you to consider. The way we addressed it in 3034 is we said, for any project along the high-speed rail network, the authority may contract with the department to perform project design and engineering services, including construction and inspection services. I would like to ask for you to consider an amendment that would say something along the lines that for any project along State Highway 91, RCTC shall contract with the department to perform construction inspection services. And that way we have some surety that, we don't have contractors overseeing and inspecting their own work, but rather we have some balance and we can be sure that the public dollars are being protected and that the work is of the highest quality work. And I think that our engineers with Caltrans do have a great deal to offer in being able to do a great job with inspection in that way. So that would be my request, and I will give that to the chair.
As we discussed earlier, that that language would be acceptable to RCTC, and so we would be able to work within those parameters. As long as we stay within the Prop 35 guidelines, and we don't put ourselves in a position that would make us vulnerable and have any liability.
And I would add that at the time we had Ledge Council opinion on 3034, and it was passed in legislation, it was passed in the bond, Ledge Council approved it. It does not violate 303, or it does not violate Proposition 35. The language that I'm suggesting.
Any other questions? Comments? Yes,
I'm just
Mr.
curious
Portantino.
how that would play with the opposition then.
Well, I haven't seen the language specifically and would like a chance to read it, I guess, but it sounds a whole lot like what exists in current law. In the Cogdale bill that provided the Design Build Authority in last February, SB 2X4, it provides that the Department of Transportation shall be the responsible agency for the performance of construction inspection services. So I'm not quite certain what issue that resolves, other than it is a repeat of what is, I think, the appropriate public policy, that the department should be responsible for this function. And not to take the words out of Mr. Smith's mouth, but that language in SB 2X4 is constitutionally valid because it requires that the department can perform that inspection with its employees or outsource it pursuant to Proposition 35.
Mr. Eng. Ms. Buchanan.
I just want to clarify. My understanding was that the major hang-up was the fact that our concern was that you wanted the Department of Transportation to maintain responsibility for the inspections, and that the proponents of this are now offering to ensure that 100% of the inspections are done by Caltrans. So are there additional concerns, or does that address? I know, and I know that, I know you're on different sides of this, but I'm just trying to clarify, but if that addresses your concern.
Well, I guess it gets to the debate that we've been having for a couple of weeks, and a little bit of the debate we've been having here in committee. How are we defining construction inspection? The inspector is not just the guy on the ground who identifies a problem. It is also the resident engineer or the assistant resident engineer who makes the determination that deficient work needs to be corrected, or that deficient work does not need to be corrected. What Riverside County has talked about is that the inspectors would be Caltrans, but that resident engineer, that assistant resident engineer who's actually responsible for making the decision about whether the work is deficient would be a consultant working for the Transportation Authority, who will have full power to overturn the determination of a Caltrans employed inspector on the ground. Now, so that's not, frankly, public oversight or appropriate public inspection. All that is that the Caltrans inspector will make a decision that won't be in any way enforced, presumably, because they will not have any power from the chain of command above them.
Maybe you could clarify for me. I mean, when we built a house, if it didn't pass inspection, I mean, you don't get occupancy. When I was on school board, if we didn't pass inspection, I mean, we couldn't open the school. So if a Caltrans inspector inspects something and then it's not corrected properly, you're going to come back and inspect it a second time, correct?
No, I think in that...
Don't you have to pass inspection ultimately before the roads can be used?
But it's a little bit different in highway construction because there is constantly work that is being done that requires inspection. How deep a footing is, whether the welds are appropriately bound together, whether the concrete has been appropriately mixed and will set properly to stand the test of time. So that it's not as if there's not somebody on the job constantly trying to make sure the work is being performed satisfactorily. With a home, it's more of have an inspector come in and do a final sign-off on what has been built. But
with a home or a school, you're having inspections throughout the process. I'm not going to argue this exactly the same, but
well, then,
but I mean,
I think what you're looking at, the person who is in responsible charge would be the resident engineer, and he would be the person who has the authority to determine whether work is deficient or insufficient. So, in our circumstance, we would find that the actual inspector, the lowest inspector, does not have the authority to actually require the contractor to make corrective actions to make a project safe.
Madam Chair, if I may, the RE position versus the inspector, I'd like to give RCTC an opportunity just to respond briefly on that issue, because I think it's important to clarify what we've offered, 100% of the inspection positions, the language that Ms. Galgiani offered, if I may.
Madam Chair and members, Mark Watts on behalf of Riverside County Transportation Commission. There's two issues that are out there I want to provide some clarification on. First, Mr. Toppin mentioned earlier that the current law that our Riverside County Transportation Commission could pursue one of the 10 Caltrans slots. That's not available to us. It requires certain activities be done by Caltrans. That law passed at a point in time when we had completed some of those activities, like half of the environmental document. So we would have had to start over with the entire environmental process in order to qualify for one of those 10 slots. So that's always been a real difficulty for us. We would have liked to have been able to go down that pathway. Secondarily, with respect to the construction inspectors, it's true that the resident engineers are the owner's agent on the site, making decisions and keeping the project moving on time and in budget, and that's their responsibility. There is a parallel structure under our framework that we've developed as a staffing plan that is in compliance with Caltrans' own oversight manuals and policies and procedures that we will be funding a parallel set of oversight, parallel oversight management at Caltrans. So any issue, in my belief, that comes up found by an inspector, there's going to be a record delivered to the oversight team in addition to whatever decision-making document is provided to the resident engineer. So the Caltrans quality assurance and oversight folks will have a paper trail of decisions that were made, and we'll be able to have the ability to address that. Thank you.
Mr. Toppin wanted to comment on that as well.
A couple of things he talked about earlier about whether this project is eligible. He mentioned the environmental document, which has already started, and Other work that is required by the Cogdell bill has already been started. We have made it perfectly clear to RCTC multiple times that we understand that this is a river that is moving, and those work items have already been performed or contracted for, and that that ship has sailed, and that we understand that. But all we seek is compliance with the law going forward, and that brings us to this inspection piece, which has been difficult to work out. I think folks have spent a lot of time. I will give the Assemblyman credit for working on that effort as well. But this inspection piece is one that is a core value for my membership, and I think should be for all Californians. You cannot have private consultants inspecting the work of private consultants and signing off on it. This is an inherently governmental function that should be performed by the department.
Thank you. We have several more questions. Mr. Eng.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the address to the author. So the opposition is saying basically that what you're trying to do is already, to paraphrase, already in existing law, that you just are not able to comply with existing law. And my question is, are you saying that if you didn't have what is it that you are trying to do? And I'm sorry, I missed some of the testimony. What is it that you're trying to do that existing law doesn't allow you to do? If you could just say that real succinctly. Is it that you would have to go to environmental permitting all over again if you didn't have this bill?
We need to give the local agency authority to do design build on a state highway. And we want to move forward, but the threat of a lawsuit would stall the project out, would stall the bonding that we need to do now, the procurement, and frankly would kill the project. So we've been meeting with the opponents. We want to negotiate in good faith and keep the discussion going. We're only talking about a couple, maybe a dozen jobs here, maybe 24 jobs here, that is really standing between the two parties. We want to move it forward. We want to continue to do as the chair asked, to continue to negotiate. But RCTC is accepting 100% of the financial liability of the project. And so we will comply with the law. We will comply with the inspection as the law outlines through Caltrans. But the bondholders ultimately are going to be looking at Mr. Benoit and Ms. Spiegel and asking them, what are you doing with our money? And they are elected officials as members of RCTC. So there's no intention to skirt the law. We want to comply with Caltrans rules. It's just a question of, there's a couple dozen jobs standing in the way between moving this project forward and not.
And is it your understanding, if I could just follow up, is it your understanding that the role of the engineers, either in quality or quantity, is not affected at all?
I mean, we want to put as many workers to work as we can, and so our goal is to, have Caltrans disperse the inspection jobs as they deem fit, which would be in compliance with Prop 35 and how they want to get the inspection jobs taken care of. So we want to put them all. We want to put everybody to work. We've got 18 to 20,000 jobs here. We can break ground next year. We want to put as many people to work as possible, and it's not a question of.
You're projecting then. I just want to. So you're projecting that there would be absolutely no loss of either job description, job positions for Caltrans engineers?
Say that again.
So your position is that under your bill there would be no loss of either positions or job responsibilities as far as Caltrans engineers?
Well, as you heard today, we've originally were negotiating about 80% of the inspection jobs. As Supervisor Benoit pointed out, we are willing to take move that up to 100% of the inspection jobs. But RCTC does, because there's no state dollars involved here, and RCTC is fully funding the project through private financing, there has to be some accountability for RCTC to the bondholders. So there has to be a middle ground.